Welcome, welcome, welcome. Today is Wednesday, January 11th, 2023. This is a regular meeting of the Pitkin County Board of County Commissioners. And on the first item on our agenda, before I ask for additions and deletions, I want to say that this is my last meeting as chair, my first meeting, regular meeting of my 21st year in office. So I am with great pleasure going to be handing the reins over to Francie here after we do the resolution. Francie will be chairing from here on for the next year. Greg will be the vice chair. Kelly and Steve and I will be following their leads for the next 12 months.
Maybe.
I'm trying to be very optimistic. So, Mr. Peacock, are there any additions and deletions to today's agenda?
We had one proposed addition, which is to add an executive session at the end of the meeting for the purpose of discussing intergovernmental agreement with Garfield County. Laura, you may be able to help me with that a little bit.
Yeah, looking at the nuances of that, I think that's a
Okay,
So
and then
we will have a Zoom connection for that at the end of today's meeting when Francie calls for a special meeting.
we wouldn't necessarily need one.
Okay, so we'll just all go upstairs
Yeah.
or next door.
Yeah.
That's right, we're all here.
yep.
Shock, we're all here.
But I would
Nobody can leave.
And then the site for
I would
that.
propose that
we're all
be
here because
to
we're not all there.
B, section
What'd you
B,
say, Laura?
advice
Okay.
from council.
And could you give that site, Laura?
Let me pull it up.
Okay, I'm sorry.
2472 4024B.
Great.
So we'll do that at the end of the meeting, and Francie will call this special meeting, and then we'll go into exec and just hop next door.
Okay, so we would need, I think, a vote of the board to add that to the agenda.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. All in favor of adding exec to the end of today's agenda, please signify by saying aye.
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 Agenda is amended. Thank you, John. I wouldn't
Thank
have
you.
thought to call that.
Yep.
All right, so the next item on our, is that it then, John?
That's all I've got, yeah.
No deletions?
Not that I'm aware of, Patty, I'm sorry.
So the next item is public comment. Public comment is for members of the public who wish to speak on items that are not on today's agenda, and it's 3 minutes per speaker. And I believe we have a gentleman here who wishes to provide public comment. Is that correct, sir?
I can't, I'm gonna have to sit on top of something in order to be heard.
Do you want to provide public comment?
Yes, I'll provide them.
Do you want to talk?
Mm-hmm.
Never said very much in 3 minutes before, but see what happens.
Oh, yeah.
My ears are horrible. My name, can I stand up?
No, you need to be on the microphone.
Down and spoke into the mic.
Mine seems to be working. Is yours not?
My name is Philip Lee Sullivan. I arrived at the shores of Aspen, Colorado in 1968, drove a taxi. And in 1975, I was given the taxi on 2 cars at a dispatch, and for $30,000 on a handshake to Keith Conway. And 20 years later, I and 2 very capable partners sold it, and we were operating 120 vehicles out of here, between here and Denver. So we serviced Aspen and Vail and on our way to Denver at emergencies. This brings me to who I am. There's a half a dozen articles in the paper, one of them about me being in jail for giving free rides. And recently I've been going, after 2 trips to jail, 2 sentences to jail with Judge Nichols, I got out of jail with the grace of God. No, jail wasn't that bad. But I got out of jail, and my good friend, a lawyer from New Orleans, said, "Philip, you're going to love what we've done." There were 4 attorneys involved. My friend, Jim True, somebody from the state and somebody from someplace else, I don't know where. But anyway, those were the people. Did I lose my, whatever it is? And so my friend said, we are going to like what we did. We collectively made you a nonprofit, and you can operate in the state of Colorado, and that's all I cared about. We have also called you because you had 5 years of experience giving free rides for people that need them. So we've called you and legitimately called you free rides for people that need them, and you're a nonprofit. That all of this is documented in here. There's my name in jail. I like that one because I proved something to myself and to others. But recently, within the last 2 or 3 months, I have been operating in and out of the airport, not on a regular basis, but as called, and delivered people and picked them up. And I got 3 hard copies, and this is something from the Justice Department that says I'm disorderly and something else offensive. And that brings me up to who I am. This is the definition that I've received, or that I've garnered from the internet, Google, and it talks about trespassing. Every word, not every word, but the things that I read in here were that trespassing requires private property. It's not meant for public domain or whatever you want to call that. But that it says you're trespassing on somebody's private property for a private reason. It also talks, and I'll mention that later, a little later, it also defines the duties of a peace officer. The guys that are out there moving me around and hollering at me from the time I pass through until the time I get lost. But they say they are a security force. They are not policemen. I've asked the sheriff. They're not policemen. They're not sheriff. They're security. And if they ever have trouble with me, they probably have been instructed to call the sheriff. Sometimes I see the sheriff 3 or 4 times a day being called simply because I'm there with my marked car. And because of that, they start the harassment has built up to the point where it's very detrimental. But here it says that if you're not a policeman and you're wearing a badge or a sheriff, that it's a fraud. It's a criminal offense. I have pictures of them, but I've got a load of pictures of this guy, the head of it. His name is Robert, and he's there every day that I show up. He's there to meet me, and he stays there until I leave or circle around and satisfy him.
So Phil, I need to get you focused because we're running over time.
Okay, I'm going.
So what can we do to help you? Do you need to speak with
I'm
somebody
here
at
to
the airport?
see if I can get 2 things. One of 2 things: an audience with the airport manager, and a disciplinary action against the guy that heads this security thing. His name is Robert. I pulled up there the other day, and one of his people took all the people out of convinced them to get out of my car and do something else. And they also flashed the badge at me because they can't do anything. So he's decided to flash a badge, which I think is a no-go.
Okay,
So what you can do for me, and that man in front of 5 people, 1 or 2 of them were his help and 1 or 2 were strangers, told me on 5 occasions with plenty of witnesses, Sullivan, why don't you go home and commit suicide? Why don't you commit suicide? Why don't you're 86 years old? Why don't you commit
Okay, so
suicide?
Phil, what we're gonna
I
do.
either want that, pardon my language, but I either want that son of a bitch out of here, or
Okay, Phil, I'm gonna suggest, we got the county manager.
I'm sorry, I can't.
John Peacock is the county manager. If you give him your contact information, we will have him, somebody from the airport follow up.
I'm not hearing this, but I can step away and
So, John, will you,
if
thank
you
you.
want to talk.
Right.
Yeah, thank you, John.
Do you want me to step back?
Yeah, because, yeah, you're,
Thanks, Phil.
Okay.
thank you for
How
coming
many
in.
minutes did it take, just out of curiosity?
Go with John here.
Huh?
A little more than 3, Phil.
Wait, that's his,
I'm John Peacock.
I don't know,
I've got my bag here.
I know it's very sad. He's been through a lot.
Thank you.
Do you wanna come back in for the transition? Should we we'll move forward. We'll wait, we'll wait.
Abby, can you promote me, please?
We still have commissioner comments, so.
Yes.
I'll be reelected.
So, is there any other members of the public wishing to speak on items not on today's agenda?
Thank you.
I have people who are, oh, Kelly, we're gonna move you over?
Yeah, I hope so. I don't know how to do it.
Letting her in.
So right now, I see Rick Carroll, Brian Pettit, Dave Myler on our attendees. Do you gentlemen wish to make comments for public comment? If so, please star 9. Everybody just muted, or did you do that to them?
I allowed them to talk. They should be moving over as
Okay.
panelists soon.
All right, I am going to close the public comment part of this meeting, bring it back to the board for commissioner comments. Steve, please.
Well, I would like to thank you, Patty, for a great job being the chairman of our board for the past year.
Thank you, Steve.
I know you have, it's probably your third
I
or
don't
fourth
know.
go-around anyhow being chairman, but you did an excellent job. I appreciate the work you did and the extra effort that you put into being commissioner.
Thank you.
Your work was noticed by me and I'm sure by others.
Thanks, Steve. I appreciate that a lot. It was a lot. It's a lot more than it has ever been any other time I've served as chair.
And
So
then also, Francie will be her first time as chairman. All of us have been chairman, and I'm sure all of us would be willing to jump in,
That's what she's
help,
afraid
or
of.
if
Or correct.
you're following the procedure wrong, then I'm sure all
We'll be
of us
all
will
over
be
you.
glad to jump in
I'm
and
counting on it.
just like give you
Yeah, that's great.
little guidance here and there, or if
That'd
you
be great.
ask us for help, please do.
Yeah, that'd be great. I'm counting on it.
Patty, I just wanted
Okay.
to, if I can add, I'll say ditto to what Steve
Thanks,
said.
Greg.
Your institutional knowledge, your knowledge of the history of the county and the way things have been done through all these years has been very helpful and useful. And when things get tough, you know how to deal with them, and I appreciate that, and I've learned from you. And also, I was going to say, after I'm gone with all of my terms, I'm going to be counting on you to stay here and be here again, running things.
No, I think 4 years and that'll be enough. But thanks, Greg. And I'll but you've got some more time here. You've got about 6 years, right?
Maybe, I don't know.
Yeah, we'll see. Yeah. Any other comments
You
from
can come
commission?
back after a 4-year.
I know, but by then I'm going to be entrenched with grandbabies and
They're not gonna be babies anymore.
Yeah.
I know. That's why I got to entrench them soon. And then maybe working in a greenhouse here and there. Who knows? Or maybe moving to McCoy, Colorado. Because nobody knows where McCoy is for the most part.
I do.
I do.
Uh-oh, I'm in trouble.
Say no more.
So I can tell a story about McCoy. When I was in the 9th grade, Basalt High School played McCoy High School in basketball.
There's a high school in McCoy?
And we arrived there and it was 55 below zero in
Oh my
McCoy.
God.
Oh, maybe I'm not going to McCoy.
And on the way back, we had ice about an inch thick on the inside windows of the school bus coming back from there to Basalt.
Biggest question is, who won the game?
I was on the junior varsity. I can't remember. I don't remember who won.
Did they have
At
a
this
gym
point.
at their high school?
So they had a guy Kirby was his last name. And I actually found out he is ranching up there in McCoy still. He's the next door neighbor of friends of ours who have a ranch there, and has lived there, I think, his whole life
Oh,
now.
wow. I'm gonna have
He
to
was
go
a
spend
great
some
big
time over
tall
there.
guy who was the McCoy, the center on their basketball team.
I always thought McCoy was just that turn in the road with the old trading little cabin that was there, but they have an amazing volunteer fire department and emergency response, medic system that this woman set up there. I read a story about her, and I'm like, hey, I need to go hang out over there.
Isn't that where the rodeo rapid is? Yeah,
So
that's a good rapid.
that's a plan. So any other commissioner comments?
Just one.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that I've taken rides with Phil since he was a cab driver. He had Mellow Yellow Taxi back in the 70s. And there have been times when there was nobody else at the airport, and he gave me a lift home. And
He's got
so
quite a history.
He's got quite a history in the community. He's found a kind of a gray area to operate, and I don't know what that means at this point, but we're going to look into it, and John has
Yeah.
been. So
Okay,
just
John?
wanted to say, I want to acknowledge that he was here and clearly very emotional, and so hopefully you can help him
We're
out.
handling that.
Okay, we're on it.
Thank you, thank you.
Great.
Okay, I'm gonna make commissioner comment. I wanna thank the board for standing beside me for the last 12 months as chair. We did have some long meetings, we had some short meetings, we had some long meetings. I think one of the great successful meetings was when we went to Redstone, and that meeting turned out to be very productive, I believe, and very, it was interesting to watch that community actually respect each other and their differences of opinions and listen to each other. And I thought that was great, and I'm looking forward to meeting up there again when Francie will be chairing that meeting. And I think that's gonna be another productive meeting for us. But, and as I was said in the paper today, we have a lot of issues that we've moved forward, and they're right here, and we just need this year to maybe push some of those over and get boots on the ground and get things going, such as the jail, some movement at the airport, maybe looking at design for the terminal, Phillips Trailer Court. I think we're getting really close there to actually coming up with more of a concrete plan. And so I'm excited. I'm excited to see where we're all going to go this year. I think it's going to be interesting. And Francie, if you ever need any help, we're all here for you.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm looking forward to this year. I do think we have some issues that we'll be able to reach resolution on, and including finding long-term funding for childcare in the valley, hopefully some housing projects that we can get going. Certainly the justice facility needs our attention, and I'd love to see some progress on the airport this year as well. And then, of course, the Community Growth Advisory Committee recommendations to us and where we're going to go with that. And I'm optimistic that we can come up with some proposed changes that we can all agree to, and make some progress towards protecting our environment from unwanted growth.
Perfect. Okay. Kelly.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to some Winter Skull events this weekend, and thanks to everybody who's contributed in creating those and keeping that going. I'm glad Soup Skull is still around, and then welcome everyone who's coming here to kick off Gay Ski Week, which I think also is just a really fun week here in the community. And we've always been a place that has embraced diversity, and I'm glad our board is embarking on more of that work on how we can look more closely and improve in the county and how we operate and how we deliver services related to diversity, equity, and inclusion.
She was going to propose that we enter one of the competitions.
I
I want to keep going.
Well, I know there's always a lip sync every year where groups sign up, and I thought it would be hilarious if there was any elected officials.
What about the ski race?
Lip sync maybe.
Yeah.
In drag.
Well, I'll be watching.
Yeah.
Steve could wear his
I've
clown
got a
costume.
song.
I have some perfect feathers for the occasion.
Well, and I think we should note that Nancy Mayer and John Rigney are the king and queen of Winter School, And the Acro Luncheon is tomorrow. I will not be able to attend, which is a
I'll be
bummer. Oh, good, thank you. Thank you, that's perfect.
I can be there.
It's fun.
Yeah, for core and for
Perfect,
BOCC
perfect.
if no
It's a
one
great,
else.
it's a great event.
you.
As all of Acro's events are great fun. It's a great time to see lots of members of the community. So anyway, so that'll be tomorrow. And then right after Gay Ski Week, we have X Games. So we've got things lined up here in the community. So town should be hopping.
I know, me too.
Yeah. What's that?
Oh, just saying that I'm skipping a CC4CA policy committee
to go to
meeting,
the-
but I think they'll do without me
Yeah.
just fine.
You can represent my position as the alternate
Great.
to Acra.
Great, excellent, yeah,
Yeah.
finally, about time.
Yeah.
The reign of terror is over. I'm stepping in. Oh,
Okay.
did I say that?
Just the one with her.
All right, so John, are you good?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
I just have some
blind.
glare, so he's gonna put this.
Okay,
on
so we
screen.
are gonna move now. Any other comments from the board? We're gonna move now into the consent items, single reading. The first item is a resolution of the Board of County Commissioners appointing the new chair, vice chair, commissioner representatives to various boards,
Brian
committees,
Pettit has his hand up.
and authorities. What's that?
Brian Pettit has his hand up for some reason. Sorry
Oh,
to
Brian
interrupt you.
Pettit, thank you. Brian Pettit, did you wish to speak, sir?
I was actually just getting on the meeting for the item, individual considerations, but not right now.
Okay.
Sorry for the interruption.
All right, thanks, Brian. So we have that resolution, and we also have the minutes of the December 21st regular meeting. I did make the one correction, taking ESPN off of the X Games section of those minutes. So we are good on those. Does the board have any comments or questions, or do I have a motion?
I'd
Yes,
make
sir.
a motion that we approve the resolution with commissioner representatives to various boards and approving the chair and vice chair.
I'd like to make a motion that we approve the vice chair and chair and commissioner representation to various boards and the minutes of December 21st. Can we do that together?
I'll second that.
I have a motion, I have a second. I'm going to call this as my last calling of a question for a while. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. And now we're gonna transition.
All right.
Francie, I'm leaving chair here.
Do I get to move?
You moved earlier.
I've already been moved. We could do a Three Stooges routine right now.
We had it pretty much set up here.
We figured this out already. And we're gonna relegate this chair to.
I'm
the
okay if
North
you switch
podium.
chairs every once in a while.
I may lobby Steve for his seat.
What?
Said I may lobby Steve for his seat.
You want the view?
I feel weird with my back to the window.
Okay, so now we're gonna move on to the individual consideration items. And the first one, this is the first reading that will be set for public hearings on January 25th, 2023. And the first one is the resolution of the Board of County Commissioners authorizing the BOCC chair to sign the memorandum of understanding regarding the Roaring Fork Transit Authority 2023 through 2028 regional bike share services. So do we have somebody presenting that to us?
I think Brian was.
that you,
is
Brian?
on deck.
Yeah, and the board's seen this a few times, actually. So this is just ratifying what you've seen before with regard to providing some money to recycle and RAFTA to extend our bike share program, frankly, right now in Picken County down to the AABC out of town. So hopefully that'll be done in the near future, but this particular MOU would appropriate $12,637. That is in your 2023 budget, so it's already been appropriated, but this solidifies our agreement with RAFTA from a regional standpoint, just like all the other governments have already. So this just puts Picken County as a participant in a bike share program and to extend that capital program in order to have more and more bikes for that first and last mile effort that RAFT has been undertaking.
Any questions from the staff?
I believe that Dan Blankenship and Meert Mallory are available if the board has any questions specifically about the program.
I see
I could ask
Mirta. Anybody see Dan? Does the board have any questions?
I'd love to ask Mirta a question, or Dan, or Brian. First of all, I think what I'd love you to do is just tell us a little bit about how well the bike share is done. I think that WeCycle has been an amazing asset, and as it's growing, I can't wait to see it expanded. I had the opportunity to compare it to some bike shares in other cities in Europe and elsewhere in the U.S., and I have to say, I think WeCycle stands out as one of the best, most well thought out, and best systems. And once you start using it, it is just so much fun to figure out how you can link your bikes to your buses to your bikes to get where you want to go, up and down the valley. And so I don't know if Mirta can talk about future plans, what's coming next, what will this actually do, what we're approving right now. That would probably be a place to start, just to elaborate a bit.
Yeah, are you there, Mirta?
And if she's not, Dan could probably do that.
I don't see Dan Blankenship. We can't hear you, Mirta.
Dan
Have you
Bartholomew.
unmuted?
They are unmuted, but
Yeah, she's unmuted.
What's that message say?
they're gonna rejoin. See if that works.
Maybe promote her?
Yeah, she just was promoted.
Aha, I think I heard her.
I heard a
Now
squeak.
can you hear me?
There she is.
Now can you hear me?
Yes, perfect. And we can see you.
Okay, fantastic. Hi, everyone. Great to see you all. Thank you all for having us today, and thank you, Patty, for your years of service, and welcome, Francie, to your chairwoman position. It's very meaningful for me, for Francie having been my teacher for years, to be the one chairing this agenda item.
Thanks, Mirta.
With that, Greg, I unfortunately in this transition didn't have wasn't able to hear your question. Do you mind repeating?
Oh, I just think it's your opportunity to wax poetic about how great WeCycle has been for RAFTA and with RAFTA, and what's happening with this very succinctly, and then where is this going? I of course would like to see bike share all the way up and down the valley, because I want to be able to have it as an alternative to the bus if I want to ride between Basalt and Carbondale, for instance, or whatever, you name it. The ABC is as far as we can go. Is there a bike? This is extending it to the ABC, correct? So I just want to have a clearer picture of where it's going. Someday I want to be able to ride it to Snowmass, for instance. So how are we doing, and will we get there?
One pedal stroke at a time, we'll get there. And with all of the support of the jurisdictions, as has really come together this past year, I think will allow us to achieve it with a sustainable funding source, thanks to all of you, and thanks to RAFTA's significant investment in WeCycle, and to be able to provide service to more individuals and to more neighborhoods, to be able to connect as a first last mile service to transit. So this coming year, I guess we're here. This year, 2023, we have a significant number of rollouts planned for the regional bike share plan. The first, as you just mentioned, Greg, will be, I should say first, not in sequential order, but I think the newest service expansion will be to Carbondale in summer of 2023. We're anticipating 17 stations and 80 bicycles, 40 of which will be e-bikes. We're expanding and that system is funded as through this regional bike share plan and the MOU provisions as you're reviewing today. And the anticipation is that the stations will be serving as a connector to the BRT service, but also to commercial nodes. And stations have been prioritized in neighborhoods from an equity perspective, as well as from a expansion service to as many neighborhoods as possible. So we're really excited about that service. Stay tuned for its timeline. You'll also see more stations approaching the ABC area this year. but we will be in the Burlingame area as well as Buttermilk BRT with an expansion of 5 stations within the city of Aspen, as well as adding 25 e-bikes. We're also anticipating a station east of Aspen heading out towards Independence Pass, kind of near the Beaumont. So we'll be able to serve and provide connectivity to the Dial-A-Ride there as well. And then in the Mid-Valley, we're looking at adding 4 stations and 32 e-bikes in unincorporated Eagle County, Blue Lake, Elgeville Mobile Home Park areas to again provide density and more access to neighborhoods, to the BRTs. It is in the Mid-Valley, we see the greatest connectivity to the BRT stations, and we're hoping to continue to enhance and further that service. In the years to come, 2024, the provisions of the plan would be to an expansion, as Brian has just mentioned, an expansion out to the ABC, and hopefully as well to Snowmass, to some neighborhoods with housing particularly and connection to their transit system. That is what is planned for 2024. Looking farther onto the horizon with Greg's regional perspective, looking at Glenwood in the years to come, possibly 25, 26, depending as that aligns with their first last mile mobility initiatives and alignment with all of their other transportation priorities. And this plan has been an extensive 3-year process. It has been funded by RAFTA in partnership with all of your jurisdictions at a regional level. And the goal truly is that with one pass, you are able to ride the bus throughout the valley and hop on a bike at a BRT spot or at a bus stop and connect to your place of work, to your home, to commerce, and to be able to have flexibility, but also seamless transitions as you move around the valley on bike and bus, carpool, micro transit, and that we try to find a way to facilitate and enhance the way we get around as a community. And ridership is demonstrating, our community is demonstrating that this service is of use. This past year, which we concluded in November, we had 91,709 rides, which demonstrated an 80% increase over 2021. Jeez. And that was a 40% increase over our highest year to date, which was 2018. The majority of that growth took place in the Mid-Valley, where we had a 114% increase over 2021. And as I mentioned earlier, that the majority of those rides are connecting to and from BRT. So we're seeing a very strong trend of connectivity regionally, as well as first last mile service. The e-bikes are the hit. While they only make up 18% of our fleet, they are over 50% of our rides. People are not riding longer per se on the e-bikes, but their rides are actually shorter. We're finding they're traveling farther distances and also going up to stations that are on perhaps larger hills and would take more effort to pedal on our pedal-powered bikes. So the trends and the community is demonstrating that bike share is a part of our community. It's an integrated part of our transportation system, and RAFTA's leadership in this memorandum of understanding and the service operating agreement that we now have with them to be the regional operator is going to allow us to continue to provide safe, equitable, and inclusive bike share in the years to come.
Wow, that was great. If you see somebody on a WeCycle, means they didn't take a car, is what I see, and I'm so grateful. So 92,000 car trips that weren't taken, that's pretty good. And I love the e-bikes, by the way. That's it for me.
Good.
Any other questions? Steve?
Yeah, hi Mirta. I remember one time pushing one of the WeCycles back up to the hospital because I knew there was only one left up there, and I thought, I'm going to take one up there for you while I'm going that direction. That was before the e-bikes, but it is a steep hill getting up to the hospital. Since the pandemic started 3 years ago, my ridership on WeCycle has dropped way off because I've been coming to town way less frequently than I did before. But I was curious how your ridership and use of WeCycle is going since the beginning of the pandemic 3 years ago. I know on like the RAFTA ridership dropped off, but now it's picking up and I think is back pretty close to the pre-pandemic levels. And I hope for WeCycle that you're up to pre-pandemic and maybe way ahead of pre-pandemic levels. So what are the numbers?
Great question. Well, we look forward to having you back as your schedule allows, and hope we'll have more opportunities for you to hop on a bike. I'll say our trends have changed since the pandemic with more working from home. People who had previously been regular weekly riders are perhaps now more monthly riders. We're seeing more trends, people riding in and around town during the day, so perhaps more of an indication of doing errands. But we're also seeing strong connectivity to and from the BRTs, which is exactly what our service is intended for, and regional connectivity. So from a ridership standpoint, one of the other trends that we're seeing is people are riding more than they did pre-pandemic. So while we did have a drop in ridership in 2020, 2021 ridership increased as it did in bike shares around the country and the world. We saw a dip and then a steady increase in use of microtransit. And then 2022 was a record year, exceeded pre-pandemic levels on all fronts with our ridership. 114% increase over the 2021 ridership in the BOCC system, and 80% increase over the regionally over 2021 in the from a system-wide perspective. So we're seeing more people riding. We're also seeing certain people riding more frequently. When our top rider had over 800 rides this past year, looked to be riding 5 to 6 times a day, and that was between multiple systems. So a true demonstration of using the system on a regional level.
Who was that? Did they get a pass or a 100-day pin or something?
Exactly. You just said the 100-day ridership pin, and have it be as coveted an item as it is for those on the map.
Let's do it. I'll help you with that.
So, yeah, you could do 1,000-day one over a 10-year period, too.
Exactly. Could I ask one more?
Yeah, of course.
If I could, the ABC is only going to happen in 2024. To me, it's like be so obvious that we should do it sooner. Is it just because it's within the funded 2040 plan that it's happening in a year later? Like, couldn't we pump up the ABC a little bit to get it done this year?
I would so love to, and I think there'd be a lot of momentum and support to do so as well. The plan did project 2024 as the expansion timeline into the ABC, and hence planning and purchasing of equipment would be providing for that timeline as well. And so this year, unfortunately, we will not be able to roll any bikes into the ABC, but we look forward to doing so as early as we can in 2024.
Got it. And it takes how
But
long?
we will be going through a planning process in the ABC area, and so that will be, we will have a community outreach process and engagement as to where the best locations will be, how do we serve most people most conveniently, and really look forward to individuals' feedback. There's a lot of momentum. We hear from residents of the ABC frequently, when are you bringing us stations? And with your support of this MOU, as well as your annual support of WeCycle from a financial perspective, it's really thrilling to be able to share with community members. We're coming within the next year.
Right. And then how long does it take when you order a bicycle? How long does it take them to deliver it from the factory?
Right now, we're looking right now at about a year timeline,
Okay.
and we're hoping things are starting to. Hopefully supply chains are starting to open up a little bit, and we might be able to accelerate those timelines, but we've planned accordingly.
Great. Thank you.
Kelly?
Yeah, thanks.
Yes, thank you.
Hi, Mirta. Good to see you.
Hi, Kelly. It's great to see you too.
I'll build a little bit on Greg's question, because I guess I was thinking about, are you being engaged at all for thinking about the Castle Creek Bridge replacement? We just heard all about that yesterday. And I think there's going to be high demand for bike share when that time comes. So my hope is that you're being wrapped into any of that planning process. If there is such a, you need so much lead time to ramp up that service. Are you engaging on that at all? Have they reached out to you? It might be a little premature, but.
I think we feel so fortunate that individuals and jurisdictions and different projects do reach out to us as they get into their planning phases, and we have had preliminary conversations and will continue to, and really appreciate your thinking about the collaborative nature of how bike share can be nimble and respond to construction projects and impacts. I will say we all experienced the fall's construction impacts of the Castle Creek Bridge, and it was really evident, and we saw direct correlations in our ridership up the Castle Maroon corridor with the schools specifically. And we heard from lots of riders, traffic has been so bad, I just started WeCycling, I didn't realize how easy it was, and now we hope that those will become consistent regular riders. And so to your question, Kelly, yes, and we will continue to do so, and I urge all jurisdictions and projects, whether they are construction, infrastructure projects, that will have an impact on our community, to reach out to us so that we can collaborate, and the earlier we can be part of these discussions, the more positive impact we can have together.
Thank you. And then I just have a really specific question about that. I was confused a little bit about the MOU. and Brian or Myrta can answer it, but related to the capital resources, I was reading that those revert to RAFTA, not WeCycle, and I guess I wanted to understand that a little bit better.
I'm happy to chime in, Brian, unless you want to.
Yeah, you're most qualified to do so.
In terms of so great insight there, Kelly. And one of the goals of this MOU is to create a procedure in which the jurisdictions contribute to the capital purchasing, but that we have one ownership mechanism for the capital here forward, given it will be regional equipment, and hence RAFTA will own the equipment, while the jurisdictions will have contributed 20% of the actual funds to do so. And the rationale behind that is we went through a 1.5-year planning process, and each jurisdiction had a member of what we call the Technical Advisory Committee. And we heard from jurisdictional representatives that jurisdictions don't want to be in the business of owning bike share equipment, and the more that it can be owned in one place, and thereby RAFTA, will be more effective for all of the jurisdictions as well as for WeCycle. So while WeCycle does own a certain amount of equipment at this point in time, and we will continue to, all future equipment will be purchased under RAFTA's ownership. WeCycle will operate that equipment. And then if a jurisdiction were to leave the MOU, at some point in time, there is a provision in the MOU by which the jurisdictions would be reimbursed for their contributions based on the time at which they depart and the equipment existing at that point in time.
Okay, so is WeCycle moving more towards servicing model, and then rather than owning all of that?
Great question. Yes, so the MOU, interestingly, is only between the jurisdictions and RAFTA. So WeCycle is not a partner in the MOU. WeCycle has a separate service operating agreement with RAFTA, and so we will be the regional operator, planner, and advocate for bike share, but we will not be the owner of any of this equipment here forward.
Okay, thank you.
The
That's
future equipment,
very helpful.
the equipment purchased per the provisions of this MOU.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Well, then I'll look for a motion to move this along to second reading on January 25th.
So moved.
I'll second the motion.
So we have a motion from Greg and a second from Steve. Any further comments? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Hi.
Motion passes.
See how easy it is for
Thank you. Thank you, Mirta. Thank you, Brian.
Thank you.
Look forward to seeing you on bike soon. Until then, be well.
You too.
The next order of business is an ordinance of the BOCC to authorize the purchase of the Craig Ranch Conservation Easement, and Dale, unfortunately, is not with us today.
I think we've actually got one right.
Yeah, the airport
Oh, am I missing one?
ski company. Ski
Oh, I'm
ticket
sorry,
kiosk.
yes. Approving a lease agreement with Aspen Ski Company for a ski ticket kiosk at the Aspen-Pitkin County Airport. And I think Dan is online, ready to talk to us about that. Hi, Dan.
So this is the second reading for a kiosk that will distribute, not sell, but distribute ski tickets through the Aspen Ski Company, also known as Ski Co. They approached us several months back about installing this unit as a means to save the deliveries that they usually make to some of their clients, to their basically hotel rooms and other things, that they can pick up their ski tickets now in the baggage claim area of the airport. And it's just simple. It's a small kiosk that sits there, occupies very little footage, about 15 square feet in our existing baggage claim area. And this would be, so currently we're looking at an annual lease with them, then renewable annually, starting November 18th of 2022. This is something they wanted installed prior to the big push that we have prior to Thanksgiving. And given that we had to go back through several cuts of our lease agreement just to get that solidified, we allowed them to install the unit, and then we'll back charge them based on this lease agreement. And that would extend for 1 year. We will be charging them the standard in-terminal signatory rate of $95.09 a month for the placement of the unit, this unit per square foot. And if they decide to take it out earlier and be operating on more of a seasonal rate, that would raise to $133.13 per square foot per month. So given that, I would like to ask that you open a public hearing and agree to this lease agreement with the ski co.
Okay, I will do that. I will open the public hearing to discuss the kiosk at the airport. Is there anybody in the public who would wish to comment on this? Or anybody in the room? I don't think anybody's wishing to comment on it online. How do I tell?
The raised hand, but there's no one.
Okay. So I'll close the public hearing and bring it back to the board for questions or comments. Okay.
Yeah, so Dan, so this was already installed. I haven't seen it out there. So this is already in place and has been working flawlessly, hopefully. So I was just concerned about the technology. I know some of these kiosks can be really vexing to use. Like I tried to buy a sandwich at the merry-go-round last weekend and almost gave up because I had to use their kiosk. And so I
Like
want
the
to make
ones
sure
at
this thing
McDonald's?
works.
That kind of thing where you have to put your order in?
Somehow we couldn't make it work. It was like, okay, forget it. I don't even want this anymore. So is it working, and is it going to be a benefit or?
Yes, sir. It's working great. It doesn't distribute sandwiches, which is also a bonus, but distributes the tickets. And it's a fairly easy infrastructure install for us. It's just basically a phone line or computer line, internet connection, and electrical cable. That's all. So it's working great.
And does it actually print out a ticket, or does it? Mm-hmm. It's an electric. It does print something out. Okay, all right, great. Thank you. I'm eager to see it. Thanks,
Steve.
Yeah, and Dan, just to clarify, this is not for purchasing a ticket, but for picking up tickets that people have pre-ordered online. Is that correct?
Exactly. And same as you see these units at the ski hills as well. If somebody forgot their ticket or it's on another jacket or whatnot, they can scan their phone and get another ticket. Same thing here, exact same apparatus.
Any other questions? Okay, well, I'll look for a motion then to, go ahead.
So I'll make a motion to approve the ordinance approving a lease agreement with Aspen Skiing Company for a ski ticket kiosk at the Picken County Airport.
I'll second that.
So we have a motion by Steve and a second by Greg. Any other comments on this? All right, I'll look for a vote then. If you're in favor, please say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye. So the ordinance
Dan.
passes.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dan.
Thank you.
Okay, now we're going to move on.
Come to rely on Dan's unexpected jokes.
I'd like it to distribute sandwiches.
Okay, I think so. Paul is going to present to us the Craig Ranch Conservation easements, which we are going to either authorize or not the purchase of.
Thank you, Francine. I heard your board comments, and I'm excited to deliver on your goals for this year so early.
Awesome.
And I'm going to share the screen just to give you and I don't think Kelly was here last time either, a tour of what we're talking about. 1 second. So here we go. Yeah, I'm happy to present this proposal to purchase a conservation easement on 2 parcels of the Craig Ranch. And this is the conservation landscape right now, currently. Back in 2007, Michael Craig conserved this parcel 3. He reserved 1 envelope kind of right in the middle there. That envelope has vested rights for a 10,000 square foot house, I think 10,500 square foot house. During that, he also deed restricted this pink or purple section of the property. It's parcel 1, another 300 acres, by selling TDRs off of it. And these 2 parcels also remained in the Craig family hands. This is parcel 6, this blue one. This is parcel 5, this tan-looking one. There are 2 building envelopes on those 2 parcels as well that have vested rights for about 7,500 square foot houses. And this proposal was brought to us by the Craig family. They don't see the need for more houses up there. They have a really strong environmental ethic for that place. That's exhibited through their conservation easement, which is very wildlife focused, has very stringent fencing requirements. It restricts motorized recreation because the elk and deer are all over that property. And so they brought that to us, and they wanted to further conserve the property. And through some negotiations, Open Space and Trails and the Craig family came to this next one that kind of shows what we're talking about. So now we're extending a conservation easement, proposing to extend a conservation easement over the entire 600 plus acre portion of this piece. That building envelope has been eliminated, so that development right is gone. And conservation easement will be placed over parcel 6 of the Craig Ranch. There will be a small building envelope to accommodate an existing agricultural structure, only about an acre. And other than that, this building envelope right here will be the only home site on about 796 acres, excuse me. That building envelope will still maintain a 7,500 square foot allowance. There is one little small piece that the Craigs have maintained where Michael is building about a 1,200 square foot cabin, maybe less. So they have some place to maintain this large acreage out of. But other than that, these 2 conservation easements are going to conserve a huge portion of Woody Creek Valley. This red section was just conserved back in December 22nd, I believe. It had just been conserved at first reading. So now taken into account, we have a really impressive conservation block here in Woody Creek. In addition to these conservation easements, we're also going to place a deed restriction on this tan area to maintain this riparian corridor and further limit that agricultural structures and development has to stay out of those ag meadows, has to remain in this building envelope. I believe they would have had the ability to put some barns or something in the outside of the building envelope. This has all been done. Well, Open Space and Trails and the Craig family got an appraisal for this deal. Came back at $9 million for conservation value, which is not fair market value. So that is the price of conservation on this property, with the limited development rights that are maintained. And the Craig family agreed to capture 30% of that through using the state tax credit program. So the county purchase price will be $6,352,000, $6,352,500, 75% of the appraised value, which is a better deal than most of the deals we have when we look at grants. So with that, I can answer any questions you all have, but nothing has changed since first reading.
Okay, let's see if we have any questions. I have one, but you go ahead, Steve.
Well, I was going to say that Dave Myler is on the phone, and he might want to make some comments since he's the attorney for the Craigs in this deal. So I'd invite Dave to speak if you wish to, Dave.
Thanks, Steve.
Thank you, Steve. I appreciate that. I do not have a presentation. I think Paul did a great job, and we covered the issues quite extensively in first reading. So I'm primarily here to answer any questions that anybody might have with regard to our objective, and to restate, giving credit where credit is due to Steve Child for I thought a very apropos quote from our last meeting coming from his father, and it applies in this case, and that is that from the Craig standpoint, the best use of this land is to leave it as it is.
So do we have any questions for Dave or for Paul?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Dave or Paul. Just regarding the small cabin Michaels building, is that on the site where the previous cabin was demolished, or is this a different location?
No, it's actually just a small holding that's not a part of any of these properties. It's just right along the road here. I think it's only a 2-acre piece of ground.
I think there was a cabin there years ago that was
there.
demolished.
Yeah, sorry, there was a small cabin there.
That was Michael Cleverly's cabin.
Every time I drive by there, Michael himself is out there in a backhoe trying to get this thing built. So it's impressive.
That's what he's doing. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Probably out there today.
Maybe.
And then just regarding the deed restriction on the parcel 5, I was not entirely clear on the difference between that and the conservation easement on the entire place. And why?
The deed restriction is something that was added partway through our negotiations. It was added after we had the appraisal done. And it was just something that we suggested. And the Craigs voluntarily said, yeah, we'd like to keep this property protected as well. And so we just decided to do that through a deed restriction. They can still maintain their housing, their vested entitlements for housing and residential structures, but they really do care a lot about that riparian corridor, so we added some more teeth into that. Of course, a deed restriction can be removed by a board at some point, but the conservation easements will remain the same.
Got it. Yeah, so that was really kind of like an extra bonus that they threw in at the last minute.
It was, yeah.
Yeah, fantastic.
After a site visit, we're standing out there saying, what if we did this? And they said, all right. So it's been great.
Would it be so nice if that happened all the time?
I know.
Thank you.
I have a question about the whole shaded white area.
Uh-huh.
So the building envelope is restricted to where that little square is drawn.
Correct.
And the other is pasture or meadow or?
It's an irrigated meadow. Mm-hmm.
And it doesn't have any restrictions on it?
Well, but right now, no. But with that deed restriction, it will keep any ag structures and.
Oh, I thought that was just down the riparian area. It's the whole pasture?
The whole property will be, I don't know, encumbered isn't the right word, but it'll be affected by a deed restriction.
Okay. And the Open Space Trails Board their board is on top of this, on this? They want it?
Yep. We have unanimous approval to recommend this to go through by the board. And since I have the microphone, I forgot I did create this 3D image. Let's see if it works. It gives a better view of what this actually looks like from, whoops, it's not going through. I need to move this thing. Here we go. So give you a view of kind of what it looks like. It's hard to tell on a flat map, but it's this whole hillside up. It gets into this dark timber. So when you're looking at 82 up the Woody Creek Valley, we've got that red. This is the 2 Mile Ranch that was conserved. Here's that white area. So down below, including Flying Dog, these meadows are all conserved. But the really impressive thing is looking up this hill, bordered by U.S. Forest Service. It gives you a better perspective of what this actually is.
So all that green is Forest Service?
Yeah, correct.
That's on the edge of Collins Creek. Is that Collins Creek?
Yeah, Collins Creek it kind of sits. You can kind of see the edge of it right here.
Mm-hmm. Great. Well, if there's no more board questions, I'll open it up for the public. Is there anybody in the public who wishes to comment on this? Doesn't look like there's anybody online or in the room. All right, so I'll close the public hearing. And anything else before we look for a motion?
Well, only to say that I'm just so excited about this. I'm so grateful to be on the board while we receive this conservation easement and this deed restriction from the Craigs. And I've expressed it before, and I just think it's such a significant thing. They've raised the bar for, I'm going to say, altruism and conservation-minded people in the valley. And let's hope we see more of it from other landowners who can do the same. Thanks. And I'd make a motion that we approve this.
I'll second that motion with a comment.
Okay.
So I'll second the motion. I know Greg spent some time living up there, so I wanted him to be able to make the motion. I got it. I think it's important because we've worked with the Craig family for many, many years. I remember the first time this came through. So it's really a pleasure to be here, sitting here today when it's coming through again with even greater conservation efforts. And I want to thank the Craig family for bringing it forward. And it was nice to have Carol here at our last meeting. The family brought Carol in. It was really good to see her. So I want the family to know they're in our thoughts. And thanks to Dave Myler for helping them work on this. And this is, again, one of those things, good things that we get to do while we're sitting here as Board of Commissioners.
It is really exciting. So we have a motion by Greg and a second by Patty. If there's no further comments, I'll look for a vote. For all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye. So it passes 5-0. And that is really exciting. Congratulations, Paul.
Thanks,
thank
Paul.
you.
Thanks, Paul. Thanks, Dale.
And Dale.
I'll pass along the kind words to the Craigs. I know they wanted to be here, but I'm guessing that they pulled back once it started snowing so hard.
Hopefully
Yeah.
they're skiing instead.
Hopefully.
If you guys don't mind, I would love to take a 5-minute break. Is everybody okay with that? Grassroots will be back in 5 minutes. All right, we are back in our regular meeting on Wednesday, January 11th. And our next item is a resolution to approve an intergovernmental agreement with the City of Aspen, Aspen Valley Hospital, the Town of Snowmass, at the Schultz Health and Human Services Building. And hi, Lindsay, how are you?
Hi, Francie. Good to see you. Hi, everyone. Lindsay Mage, Director of Human Services. I'm here to talk with you all today about the IGA with the City of Aspen, Aspen Valley Hospital, and Town of Snowmass Village. So I will run quickly through this. As most of you probably remember, in March of last year, you all approved an emergency ordinance for a lease agreement with Recovery Resources to be able to provide overnight residential shelter services during the colder months of the year. It was something that every year, we're always kind of scurrying to find that place. And during COVID, we had the safe outdoor space, and we were doing some hoteling, non-congregate shelter. And as that all started to lift and move away, we were really finding the need for that permanent structure for us. So after the approval of that, we took your guidance to pull together some other partners to see if there was interest in helping to support the service provision that's required to be able to keep that winter shelter open during all the colder months. So we do have the partners at the table, the City of Aspen, who will be contributing $25,000 a year, Aspen Valley Hospital contributing $35,000 a year, Town of Snowmass Village contributing $20,000 a year. And just so you know, there's a typo in my AIS. I'm very sorry about that. I must have pulled an older document, but the amount that Pickens County will be contributing is $60,530, not $75,000. So I just wanted to make sure that that was clear. And then with the inclusion of the in-kind rent that we also provide for that space in the building.
That does include the rent? Lindsay, that does include the rent? Or does not?
It doesn't. Nope. So
Okay.
it's $60,530 plus the in-kind ends up being $47,220 a year.
So it's over 100,000, basically.
Over 100,000. Yeah, which is actually, in past years with the Healthy Community Fund, we paid between $75,000 and $100,000 for winter overnight shelter. So it's kind of right in line with what we had been paying in past years. In fact, it's a little less. So that's good. So we're just here to approve that it's our second reading. Nothing has come up between December 21st and today, so we're here to approve the IGA.
Okay. Do we have any questions for Lindsay?
Sure. Yeah.
Go ahead.
Lindsay, I'm just wondering, how did the mix come out where the city is putting in 25,000, Snowmass 20, AVH 35? It just seems like an odd balance. And I don't understand why the city would be paying half as much or less than the county, for instance.
Those are good questions.
Yeah.
Yep.
How did this come around?
Yeah, so when we convened the partners and had the initial conversations, what we learned was that when it was the Aspen Homeless Shelter, before Recovery Resources has taken it over to provide the Resiliency Center, Day Center, and the overnight services, prior to that, each of these organizations had been giving to the Aspen Homeless Shelter in some capacity, and it was around these amounts. And each of them said, we could go up or down a little bit, but that's how much we've budgeted for in the past for homeless services. So it is kind of, the way that we landed on those amounts was just, it's historical, purely.
Okay, thank you. I guess it can be reviewed going forward.
Yeah, and it's a braiding and blending of two different programs. We had a formula. We previously used a formula historically for detox services, for example, that included liquor licenses and population and previous years' admits. That was a little difficult to manage year to year, and so the partners decided after a number of years there was enough history to base that on a percentage. So that made up part of the formula. And then what entities had budgeted really to support the homeless programming and such as the addition. And so, Greg, that's probably why It may not make sense from an algorithm just for these combined services, but that's something we can probably talk about more going forward. But it was important to get this stood up, and we had some history to base it on that everyone could agree to, so we reached agreement quickly.
Got it. And so Pitkin County is 60,500 plus in kind of the facility. So if we make a motion for this, it will should include that correction.
It's 47,220 in kind. That's for the rent, and then it's 60,530 from the Healthy Community Fund.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Patty?
Yeah, Lindsay, I asked this question at first reading. Have we had any issues? Because, we had concerns expressed by the neighbors, and we kind of asked the neighbors to give us some time to open the shelter and see how things went. And last that you told us, things had been going smoothly.
No news is good news,
Okay.
I think. No, so I did reach out to the different HOAs and the communities around the Schultz building and gave them an update, and I did not hear anything back. So as I said, I hope that no news is good news right now, but we'll continue updating the neighborhoods to just see. There's more work happening as well with some harm reduction programs and some other things that they're trying to stand up, recovery resources, and we're hopeful that that's going to address some of the concerns as well.
Great. The one issue that came up was parking. Overnight, we were going to try and work something out with AVH, so I'm assuming that that's in the works.
Just had a meeting about it today.
Perfect. I knew that,
Yep.
didn't I?
Yep. It's like you knew. Yep, we just had a meeting today, figuring out just really the kind of the way that our easement sits on the hospital property and who's responsible for what. We're really seeking to find some solutions with our partners at the hospital as well as the community to approach those issues, the ones of overnight parking and people parking there or sleeping in their vehicles and things like that. So
Okay.
yeah.
Great. Thank you.
Kelly?
Hi, Lindsay, thanks. What is the utilization looking like this winter? Has it been full a lot of the time? Yeah, are we turning people away?
So it started out a little bit slow and steady with between 4 to 8 people a night, but they've had full utilization with a wait list. So the way that they manage the wait list is that if there's kind of a block of time that people are allowed to come into the shelter. They don't let people just come in the middle of the night. So there's a block of time, I forget the hours, whether it's between 8 and 9:30 or something like that, where they're allowed to check in. And at that time, if there are people that are on the wait list and people who have not showed up, they're allowing the people in that are on the wait list to fill those beds. So they've pretty much had full utilization every night.
And then what's happening with folks they have to turn away?
Yeah, it's a good question. A lot of the people, honestly, their list is the way that they have, so they manage the list based on vulnerability. And the most vulnerable are the people who are sleeping in the shelter at night. So for the individuals, a lot of the people who are on the wait list are people where it's questionable if they're from here. They're giving them bus tickets to go to Glenwood if they need to, or to go back home to wherever that may be. And they're all assigned a caseworker as well. They all have a case manager that's working really closely with them. So if they are having to sleep outside, they're getting all the equipment that they need, like tents and sleeping bags and things like that. But I don't think there's much of that happening.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
And so what is full capacity? How many people represents full capacity?
12 people is what the shelter will hold. And then the detox facility holds 8. And they're all right next to each other.
And
So they do have the capacity if somebody comes in under the influence that they could sleep in a detox bed to help free up those other beds. It's given them a lot of flexibility to work with folks.
And is the detox center highly utilized?
Not as much as the overnight shelter. I don't have that data at my fingertips right now, Francie, but I'm happy to get that for you.
And I forget what happens with these people during the day. It's a really cold, snowy day, and they can't get in until late evening, well after dark. What's going on for the rest of the day?
Yeah, it's open 24/7. So if there are, what they try to do is there's a breakfast in Basalt. That's a substance use kind of like support group. So if they're not interested in going to, and they give them a bus ticket to go get breakfast, um, and if they're not interested in that, then they can stay and help break down the cots and help put things away. They can help kind of put the center back together. And then it's the resiliency center all day.
Okay, so it's open all day, the beds are moved so that people can do things there, and are other meals provided as well? Besides
They do provide meals. They're basic. They're like microwave meals. There's no kitchen. They're not cooking or anything like that. But they do have meals, and we're really looking forward in February or March for Lift Up, the food pantry, to open in the HHS building as well to help provide some of those food stability supports.
Oh, it's really great. It's a really great service.
And Francie, yeah, if I could just add that 24, that all day, that 24-hour service was really important because we believe that one of the reasons the neighborhood was being impacted was that there are gaps of time between, the hospital being open for warming and, the day center being open and then a shelter. And it is in those gaps of time where folks didn't have anywhere else to go that we believe there's probably greater impact on the neighborhood. Now, we'll see through this process, whether that's actually the case or not, but this was a really, really important change in our programming to try and address the neighborhood impacts and provide a better service to these folks in need. So just wanted to add that in.
And is there any limit on how long somebody can stay there?
No limit right now. Nope. It's really about, they're all assigned caseworkers and they all have individual housing plans. So really, it's a very low barrier. They just have to have a case, they have to have a plan. That's kind of it, to be able to access services there.
Thanks, Lindsay. Any other questions from the board? Yeah, Kelly?
I don't have a question. I guess I just have a comment. This has been a somewhat subtle, but I think really meaningful transformation in how we're delivering care to our homeless or unhoused folks in our community. Just thinking back, 2 years ago, and trying to figure out which church they're going to go to for a cold evening, and or is there room in a hotel, or so it's this is so much better in terms of really being able to connect with folks and see a path forward for meaningful changes and improvements in their lives. So I want to thank you guys, John and Lindsay and the Housing Stability Coalition on this, because I do think it's just been sort of quietly happening over time, but I think it's really meaningful. So thank you.
Thanks, Kelly. And if I could add on, the next conversation really has to be around transitional housing. So now we're addressing the emergency housing, how do we help people transition out of being unhomed? And so that's going to be a challenge for us in this next year, I think.
Yeah, and a real gap in, looking at the whole spectrum of housing in the county. Yeah, thanks.
Steve?
Yeah, I was going to mention that one of the hotels I have stayed at when I go to CCI has just been purchased by a homeless coalition in the governments in the Denver area to turn it into transitional housing for homeless. So it was one of my favorite places to stay is now off the, not available for me, but will be put to good use for transitional housing in the Denver area. I did spend a couple of days with a couple of homeless guys in Denver this fall and kind of got to see the whole scene of some of the homeless people in Denver. And they basically carry their tents on their back with them all day long. And then in the evening, sometime at night, they'll pitch their tent. And this one guy would pitch his tent and he'd wake up in the morning and there's 10 other tents pitched by him. Because other people are looking for a place they would feel safe, and they feel safe, I think, by other homeless people who are camped also. Then they take their tents down in the day and carry them around on their back again. What we have here is so much better than what they are experiencing in Denver, that I'm proud of our community for doing this, at least for during the cold winter months.
Yeah, I read in the paper this morning there's 170,000 homeless people in California. It's just hard to even imagine, like more than the entire
Just
western
so you
state.
know, we always have our eye out regionally for hotels that are for sale. We're keeping our eyes open. There's a lot of regional efforts that are happening. We're thinking to bring the two coalitions, the Housing Stability Coalitions, the Glenwood and the Pitkin together. And there's some kind of bigger, there's also some formal governance that's starting to stand up around how we can, because we know we can't solve this alone. We have to do it with our partners down the road. So don't worry, we keep our eye out open for those hotels when they go up for when they go up for sale.
Great, Lindsay. I'm glad to hear that.
Yeah,
There's money for that.
there is
So,
money for that.
If there's no further board comment, Laura, were you saying something? I'll open up the public hearing if there's anybody online or in the room who cares to comment on this. Please *9 to unmute. That's Kathy Hall, is that what that says?
No, I'm just waiting for my next one.
Okay,
I'm
great,
off.
thank you. Okay, I'll close the
Lindsay, it's a great program.
All right, I'll close the public hearing then and call for a motion if there's no further comments.
I'd make a motion that we approve the intergovernmental agreement with the City of Aspen, Aspen Valley Hospital, Town of Snowmass Village, to support the emergency winter overnight shelter at the Schultz Health and Human Services Building.
Second the motion.
Okay, we have a motion from Greg and a second from Steve. No further comments. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Aye, it passes unanimously. Thank you so much, Lindsay. Great work.
Thanks, everybody. Take care. Bye.
Aye.
Okay, we have an emergency resolution now to authorizing the Pitkin County Solid Waste Center to submit grant applications to the United States Environmental Protection Agency for the Consumer Recycling and Outreach Grant Program and the Solid Waste Infrastructure for Recycling Grant Program for Political Subdivisions of States and Territories Grant Program. And I think Brian's going to tell us about this.
Yeah, thanks, Francie. And Kathy Hall, the solid waste director, is on as well. But I'm the public works director, and this resolution does two things. It allows the county to submit and also to accept an EPA grant for the purposes of one, for education and outreach to the community for our programs, and secondly, to increase diversion through processing of concrete and better processing of our compost product. So Kathy can talk about the nuts and bolts of that, but I do want to take a chance to say we have the best landfill in the state of Colorado from a diversionary standpoint. We divert more things out of our landfill than any other landfill in the state, to the tune of 48% of everything that comes to the landfill is diverted through a myriad of programs that Kathy's put into place. So this grant is really the landfill staff keeping their foot on the gas and trying to do more and more, and they're just not satisfied with the success we've had so far. So with that, I'll give it to Kathy, and she can talk about the nuts and bolts of the grant opportunity through the EPA.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, we
I'm waiting
can.
to be let in as a presenter. Okay. So like Brian said, the EPA has released grants, the Federal Environmental Protection Agency, and grant funding, it's over $50 million in grant funding for these two grants together. And what it is this money is coming from legislation that was passed last year, the Build Back Better legislation, and part of that legislation, and set aside a good chunk of money for waste reduction and recycling. So in end of November, the federal EPA released these two grants. The first one is this Consumer Recycling Education and Outreach Grant Program. And it is totally focused on education and outreach, which we do really well. We have award-winning programs. We've been recognized for our education and outreach. So staff here, we are looking to build up our education outreach program, focusing mostly on the tourism industry and schools. That's two areas where we're missing the mark, where we feel we can make a bigger impact. So the grant will be written around reaching out to tourists. Our grant ask for that is around $500,000. And these grants are due in mid-February, February 15th. The second grant is a solid waste infrastructure for recycling grant, and that is to buy equipment to improve our waste reduction or waste diversion. So like Brian said, the first piece of equipment we're looking to purchase is a star screener, and that will help us process more compost. We have the second largest compost program in the state of Colorado, looking to increase waste. You know, we have a lot of the current trommel screen that we have does the finished product for soils and compost. The star screener would be dedicated directly towards compost. It would allow us to just keep processing compost all year instead of having to switch out screens and go back and forth. The second piece of equipment we're looking to purchase through this grant is a concrete processor and an excavator. Michael Port in his C&D diversion reduction program is very, very successful, and the amount of concrete that is coming in is just overburdening us. And most of that concrete that comes in has rebar, wire mesh, and this concrete processor will allow us to clean it and allow when the aggregate processor rolls onto site, he can just process concrete and not have to spend half of his budget amount cleaning that concrete up to get it ready for processing. So those are the two grants we're going forward with. Right now, there's no matching required. The EPA is not requiring us to match funding. And so $2 million for the infrastructure grant and $500,000 estimated for the education outreach grant.
All right, thank you, Kathy. Do we have any questions for Kathy? Yeah, Steve?
So, Kathy, I'm kind of troubled by the amount of concrete that's actually being sent to the landfill here, because concrete's one of the major greenhouse gas emitters. The creation of the concrete when it's made is a huge emitter of carbon dioxide in the process and contributes hugely to global warming. The thought occurs to me that by recycling the concrete that comes to the landfill, we maybe are recapturing some of the potential loss of the manufacturing of that concrete in terms of greenhouse gas emissions. So my question is, how is the concrete used after you grind it up? What is it used for? Is it used to make more concrete, or is it used for construction, road base material, or whatever?
So right now we crush the concrete into a 1-inch sort of gravel product, and we sell that really cheap. A lot of people will buy it for fill. If they've got a construction site and they want to keep the mud down, they'll layer it like as a driveway or parking areas. The problem with it right now is it's not clean enough. Some concrete producers will take it back. We have to get a cleaner material, and this is what this equipment we're seeking to buy will help us get that to a cleaner material. So hopefully we can send it down the road to a concrete plant and they can make new concrete out of it.
Okay, thank you. And I hope in that process, I hope that saves some of the greenhouse gas emissions from the entire process. That would be good. Thank you.
Add a question on that.
No, Patty, and then Greg.
Sure.
What is the need for an emergency ordinance? Is it a time frame? Excuse me, you did say that the grants weren't due till the middle of October, which would have given us time for...
I thought you said February.
Middle of February. Did I say October? February. I'm moving us along in the year. So is it a timing issue or what? Because we just seem to be having a lot of emergency resolutions and ordinances lately.
Yeah, and I can address that, but originally the deadline for the grant was in January and we weren't gonna make the grant deadline, so we made it an emergency with Since then, since we made this on the agenda, they backed it up till February. So this could have been just a regular reading with two reading resolution, but at the time, we were just trying to respond to a deadline in January, and then they moved the deadline back.
Great. Thank you.
Great.
Yep.
I just wanted to ask, maybe Brian or Kathy would know regarding Steve's question. I guess the broken up concrete is probably treated like it's an aggregate, and they'll use more cement to bind it together. So I don't think we're making any carbon gains there, but I could be wrong.
No, you're right, Greg. They'll put it into new concrete to upwards of 20% of the processing. So it really is an aggregate. It's not going to reduce the greenhouse gas impact from concrete production.
I wish we had another. I have other ideas. I was thinking we could, if we could transport it, instead of trucks having to drive up to the top of the hill to pick it up, we could send it down on a cable to them and generate power with the mass of the concrete.
The falling concrete.
We could consider that. But
I love that.
I'm sure it wouldn't pass a lot of neighborhood standards for views and all that.
Concrete gondola.
Yeah.
Kelly.
Will either of these projects require any, or do you envision the hiring of any project term limited staff to facilitate these? Is one question, then I have another question.
We do get funding, or more points towards our grant award or grant scoring if we do or put in employees or full-time equivalents. Right now, if we are successful, we're looking at, we haven't fully worked through the budget yet. If we're successful in getting a concrete processing system, we would need another equipment operator. We just don't have enough. So that could be a potential.
Okay. And then related to, like, I'm looking at the additional compost equipment, materials, I guess. Will this connect with expanded food compost services, or is this, to shore up services that maybe are already being offered but are underutilized?
Yeah, so we're working closely with City of Aspen, and they recently passed an ordinance to require food waste collection through the restaurants and businesses. Believe that's what it starts with. And if you recall, we won a grant from the state of Colorado in 2015 for our scraps program. And through that, we bought a number of these metal bear-proof bins. They're going on 7 years old now, some of them. So we're budgeting money in to purchase more of these bear-proof bins to support the compost program, to replace the old aging existing ones, and then as well as to increase and assist City of Aspen, Carbondale. We're looking throughout the Roaring Fork Valley to really expand this program out. So there will be a number of the bear-proof bins to help collection of food waste.
Okay, but who's going to haul that to the landfill?
There are two private haulers in the valley. Evergreen Zero Waste and Mountain Waste collects food waste on a contractual basis.
Right. So will this help them go to more neighborhoods, or I guess I'm trying to figure out what we'll envision here.
Absolutely. It'll help expand their businesses and collection capacity. So, by providing these bins, because that's the real barrier to getting into food waste collection. These bins are really expensive.
Okay.
So it'll assist those two in growing their business.
We have it at Burlingame, and I love it personally.
Yeah, I do.
So,
Greg?
Kathy, on that same line of questioning, I'm just thinking about our bin we have in the neighborhood in Brush Creek Village I think it's undersized, and it looks like it's probably 7 years old and ready to be retired. So it makes sense, I think, to re-examine the sizes in the various locations as we try to expand this And then also, I realize we don't always know what we should be putting in that compost bin. Can I put paper or cardboard or packaging that is non-plastic, non-metal, of course? But I'm just wondering how much paper can go into the compost before it's no longer high nutrient density stuff. So I guess I'd be looking for maybe a flyer or a brochure that we could post on our dumpster that would tell people just what they can compost, because I think we're still throwing a lot of stuff away that could be composted, which I'm skeptical will, if we put it in the recycle bin, I'm not really sure it goes to a recycle center. It may just end up in the waste stream.
Yeah, and that the education piece is hard, and yeah, even if we don't get these grants, we have money budgeted, and you'll see, and we're back in February 21st to talk about our 2022 waste sort that we did, and food waste compost is a low-hanging fruit we're missing the mark on still. So we have money budgeted anyways for this year to really increase food waste diversion and compost. So
Great.
We'll reinvigorate our ad campaigns and our education materials for that.
I'm thinking it's such a high nutrient density, energy density product that the restaurant waste is going to make a big difference when that starts coming in. I think that's going to be great. What about the grease trap? Does that get put into compost, or is it just too much of a mess?
It's too much of a mess. There's odor issues with it. And there's a company in the valley, people will call us with grease trap waste, or just even like I just had the fish fry and I've got all these gallons of oil. There is a company, All Valley Resource in the valley, and he collects out of the grease traps and he recycles it into a fuel. So
Got it. Okay, great.
that's a better way
Even
to go
better.
with that.
Yeah, I was going to say at Fat Belly we use evergreen, and we don't have any trash receptacles at Fat Belly whatsoever. Everything is either compost or recycling, and all of our service utensils and everything that we have is compostable, and evergreen takes it all. So when you look at our compost bins, which are huge, they're like this big, and there's two, and it's picked up I think twice a week. Some of it is food, but a lot of it is cups and utensils and the paper that we wrap burgers in and all that stuff. And evergreen takes it all and transforms it into, compost.
If we can get all the airport restaurants to do that and everyone to do that, that would be great. Well done.
Kelly?
Yeah. Since we have more time, is it helpful to have the board submit a letter in support or get a letter of support from the jurisdictions named in here as well?
Absolutely. If we could, and we're getting the forms together, but if we could get a letter of support written, we're reaching out to our surrounding communities, City of Aspen, Carbondale, Snowmass, Glenwood Springs, to give us letters of support, help us. The more the better. So yeah.
Okay, I would encourage our board to sign on to that if you guys write something.
Okay, so you'll put something together for us to sign, Kathy?
Yep, I have sort of templates that are going out, so I'll modify yours, and yeah, if you can get it over and get a signature, that'd be great.
Sounds great.
We're looking to get these in. They're due February 15th, so I'm hoping to have everything together no later than the Friday, February 10th.
Okay. That sounds good. Anything else? Yeah, Steve?
I wonder if someone like CC4CA would write a letter in our support for that. So it'd be getting other counties and cities who are interested in landfill operations and recycling and all of that, supporting it.
I'll submit that to the CC4CA and see how that works. Good idea. I just wanted, if I could, just to thank the city for getting this restaurant composting program together. I've always thought that was an important part of helping out with the compost, and that's going to be big. I think the food
huge.
waste is going to be huge.
It'll be huge. Yeah.
So thanks to the city of Aspen. Yeah.
I'm going to open the public hearing on this. If there's anybody who wishes to speak, anybody online or in the room about the grant application for the landfill.
This is,
I don't This isn't a public hearing.
Oh, it's not?
Yeah.
We will have that at the next hearing on it.
Because it's an emergency. They'll be a confirmatory reading.
Oh, really? Okay. So I'll look for a motion from the board then.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the emergency resolution authorizing the Pickens County Solid Waste Center to submit grant applications to the U.S. EPA for Consumer Recycling and Outreach Grant Program and the Solid Waste Infrastructure for Recycling Grant Program for political subdivisions of states and territories.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion from Steve and a second from Kelly. Any more further comments? All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Aye. The motion passes 5-0. So does that mean the next one, which is also emergency, is not public? There is no public comment?
Correct. Well, no public hearing.
Okay, well, that's interesting. Okay, so next we have an emergency ordinance of the Board of County Commissioners to adopt Title 6.05 of the Pickens County Code, Secure Transportation Services, and Phyllis is going to tell us about it.
Hi there.
Hi.
Phyllis Mattice, Deputy County Manager. And I got tasked with this because the state passed House Bill 21-1085, which provides for specific requirements for behavioral health secure transportation. So transporting any individuals that are in a mental health crisis. They created the Code of Colorado Regulations 6 CCR 1011-4, which pretty much outlines all the things we have to have in it. So you'll notice in our code, I refer a lot when I wrote it to where the information is in the Code of Regulations. And I included in your packet where it was highlighted. We're going to make that a link directly to the code because it provides specific items that have to be in a vehicle for particular kinds of transport. It identifies the exact training that people have to have, the staff that are transporting people in different modes of transport situations, whether there's restraints used and what the vehicles need to look like. So this is a licensing of the services and a permitting process for the vehicles. Currently, we do not have any services that have asked us for licensing in this community. The state allowed for reciprocal licensing and permitting across the state and with adjacent states. So we're not sure where transportation is going to come from. Currently, the only transport service in our area is a contractor with Aspen Valley Hospital. They provide service across the western slope. So we are expecting that they're going to be licensed probably more close to where their home base is. And that's transport from a facility to another facility. It might be from Aspen Valley Hospital to evaluation facility in Grand Junction or in Denver. So that's what it's for.
So do we need to amend this ordinance to show that it's being changed a little bit, as you mentioned, or is it still just the Title 6.05?
It's still the same. Just how when we place it in the code and where it's available to people, they'll be able to get specific references out of it.
Okay.
And so it's just the links. And until I know where Jeanette's going to put the actual document, I didn't include all the links.
Okay. Any comments or questions from the board? Okay, well then I'll look for a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve the emergency ordinance of the Pickens County Board of Commissioners adopting Title 6.05 of the Pickens County Code for Secure Transportation Services.
Second the motion.
We have a motion from Patty and a second from Steve. If there's no further discussion, I'll look for all those in favor to say aye.
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 Aye, and it passes 5-0.
And this is set for confirmatory reading on the 25th?
Correct.
Okay.
All right. And it was an emergency ordinance just because of the January 1st due date that the state put in there.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks, Phyllis.
Sure.
Are you guys ready to move on to land use? Everybody okay without a break or anything? You'd
Yeah,
like
me
a break? Okay. 5 or 10, or what do you need? 10? All right, we're taking a 10-minute break, grassroots. We will be back in 10 minutes. Okay, welcome back to our regular meeting on Wednesday, January 11th. We are moving on to land use public hearing, and this one is about the Turnabout Ranch and plat amendments, activity envelope, and site plan review, constrained and visually constrained site TDRs, special review, GMQS exemption, and Leslie's going to kick it off.
Okay, hi. You're correct. This is a continuation of the review for this project, as you just listed, Francie. At your last meeting was November 16th, and you continued it to today. And at the last meeting, I spent a majority of the meeting presenting the application, as well as walking you through the various land use review items based upon our code. And for today's meeting, I want to review the items that you, the BOCC, requested more information for. You raised some questions and some issues. And then I want to turn the meeting over to Glenn and his team. At our last meeting, the applicant really didn't have a chance to present to you the proposal from their perspective. We really got deep into a lot of Q&A based upon my presentation. So this morning, I realized that the attachment A to my memo to you that was in the packet, that was a letter from Glenn from December 27th, and there were links to 4 attachments in that letter. And I did not realize until this morning that the links were not working, that you couldn't pull up the attachments. So that's what I sent to you all today. That went to your entire group email address. So it went to Jeanette, it went to John Ely, it went to John Peacock, it went to all of you. So all those attachments are now part of the record. So I apologize that you got those really late in the game. Glenn is prepared in his presentation to kind of walk you through that letter and what those attachments were. So on page 2 of my memo, I outlined for you the various discussion items and provided information based upon your questions. So the applicant, the 40 pages of the attachment, the applicant did provide a letter from their water attorney. And in that letter, the water attorney found that there is, they do have decreed water out of the I want to say Van Dever, but it's not how you, I'm sorry? Van Deventer ditch that will support the redevelopment off of Angus Lane. And if you look here up at the screen, Angus Lane, if you recall, right off of Angus Lane on open space parcel B is where they intend to dismantle and remove the large red barn. They want to build a 2,500 square foot equipment storage building, and they want to expand the number of employee bedrooms in the existing building. The report from the water attorney also determined that for the riding arena and the barn, which is in open space parcel B, that they have the ability to apply for a 35-acre well permit. It's an exempt, 35-acre exempt well permit, and they have the opportunity to apply for that. And that well will service the barn, the riding arena, and the proposed CDU in that location. The BOCC, during our discussion at our last meeting, supported a caretaker dwelling unit within the new barn, with the condition that when a retreat center is proposed, that the CDU will be converted to an EDU. CDU does not have to be occupied. An EDU has to be occupied by an employee of the organization that is providing the EDU. That is the difference between those two. So staff recommends that we have a 3-year time frame on that. So if the retreat center does not come forward or is not approved, then within 3 years of this approval, then we will convert that CDU to an EDU. And that was a proposal that the applicant put forward at our last meeting, and it seemed to me that there was consensus around that. The board did not make a decision regarding winter maintenance of Angus Lane. Colorado Parks and Wildlife has recommended against plowing the road due to proximity to the critical wildlife habitat. The applicant plans to deconstruct the red barn that one can see from Prince Creek Road, and the applicant has found a buyer of those materials. So that's their plan moving forward with taking down that barn. And as I said, they plan to construct a 2,500 square foot equipment shed in that same location. The applicant requests 3 transfer development rights for lots 3 and 5 as visually constrained lots, and for lot 6 due to the proximity to critical wildlife habitat. This was also recommended by CPW. So here is lot 3. Here is the location of lot 5. And here is the location of lot 6. The Planning and Zoning Commission recommended approval of the 3 TDRs. As you know, staff supports a TDR for lot 6. Staff supports a TDR for lot 5. Staff has not supported a TDR for lot 3. As I indicated in my memo to you, last week we did another site visit on the property for lot 3, and we looked at story poles for lot 3. So the maximum height limit in Pickens County for a residential structure, it gets you to 33 feet at the top of the ridge. And we had story poles kind of right, the building envelope for lot 3 was staked, and we kind of stood in the middle of the building envelope facing what everybody would do is face Mount Sopris. So we assumed, the orientation of a building. And at 33 feet, when the story poles are visible from one location on Prince Creek Road, and it's right here, right in front of the Flying Dog Ranch, right where Tybar Ranch Road? Is that Tybar Ranch Road that comes down?
Yes.
And connects to Prince Creek Road, right here, anywhere within the building envelope on lot 3, at 33 feet, you can see the story poles. However, if one assumed a one-story building without large, high, tall ceilings, then we dropped the poles down to 20 feet. You could not see the story poles unless the story poles are right here on the far edge of the building envelope for lot 3. Any development on lot 3 would require site plan review. The building envelope / activity envelope has been established when the Tybar Ranch subdivision was platted, but site plan review would be required for any new development on lot 3. And one of the criteria for site plan review is scenic review. More information was requested regarding the special review and commercial GMQS for the riding arena. Commercial GMQS for the riding arena. So in my memo to you, I included the special review use review standards in that memo. It was buried deep in the P&Z memo, but I put them right up front so you could see what we look at. 2 things that I want to point out. For the riding arena, the number of visitor trips is limited by the code to 30 visitor trips per day. And that means whether you're going or coming, it's 30 trips total. The applicants did do a traffic and safety assessment and found that the number of trips generated by the riding arena and barn are similar to the number of trips that would be generated if there were 3 residential lots in this location. The assessment also found that approximately 31 trips would be generated by the riding arena. And I think their assessment said 28 trips would be generated by the 3 residential lots. So the assessment summarizes the findings with, and I quote, overall change in traffic volume and vehicle types will have an insignificant effect on Prince Creek Road traffic composition and safety, end quote. Because this is a special review, and this is new in your memo and in the resolution, we are recommending that an annual review be conducted of this proposal by the BOCC only if there are complaints that cannot be resolved between the applicant and the complainant. Some of the items that an annual review could consider are light pollution from the riding arena, vehicle trips, or occupancy of the EDUs and the CDU. And that is language that I inserted into the resolution as well. Before I open this up for questions or I turn this over to Glenn, I just want to point out a couple things in the resolution that I changed since you saw the resolution. Under the recitals in number 9D, I told you at our last meeting that I was adding more language that really built out and described better Sarah Dornan's vision of the natural lifemanship program that she wants to offer at the riding arena and in the barn. So I added that language. But I also added language that I attempt to narrow the use of what Sarah and Brendan are proposing with the barn. And similarly, in condition number 5, I required that if the program of the riding arena and barn is altered to cater to a more general public use, general riding lessons, broader program for leasing stalls for private boarders, then a special review use may be required. We want to make sure that what we see today and what we're considering today is consistent with the ongoing programming and activity and operation on the property. So if the property were to sell, and someone comes in and wants to just open it up to the general public, you know, I think we would want to review that. I think we would want to look at another traffic impact study, and things like that. I already told you I added language related to the annual review if there are complaints that cannot be resolved. And Glenn and I yesterday discussed some amendments that he will want to bring forward to you in the resolution, and he can bring those up. So as a reminder, the P&Z did grant a commercial GMQS for the riding arena, and the P&Z did recommend approval of this project 5-0.
Thank you. I'll hold some of my questions till after Glenn and everyone talks, but one question. What if the use goes the other way? What if it goes to a private use and they choose not to, just to have this arena function for their private purposes rather than pursue any commercial endeavor? You know, what does that do, since this is a development right granted through commercial GMQS and implicates like employee housing, for example?
Well, a riding arena per the code is a special review use, and per the code requires commercial growth management for the riding arena.
Okay.
So, correct me if I'm wrong, if it goes like totally private and there's no public, there's no traffic, there's no nothing, it just remains the same.
Okay, thank you.
Agreed?
But would they have gotten the development right having pursued commercial GMQS to get it?
I believe that that's the only way in our code someone could get a riding arena.
Okay, thank you.
Of this size.
So a new buyer would inherit a riding arena without a commercial application?
So a new owner would inherit that riding arena that otherwise it wouldn't have been qualified to have because it wouldn't be commercial.
A riding arena cannot be built without commercial growth management.
Yes, so if somebody buys this,
Yes,
they just get the riding arena
Yes.
because it's already built.
yes, yes. So if they buy it and they want to keep it completely private, then, and I guess we could clarify this in the resolution, completely private, no public, no lessons, no nothing. That would not be of a concern versus someone buying it and really opening it up to the public. And we
Right.
have a lot more neighborhood impacts that we would want to evaluate and assess.
Mhm.
So therefore, the special review use may be required.
Okay. Steve?
Okay, two questions. One on lot 3. You said the story poles were visible from the intersection down there. Does that mean they were breaking the ridge line?
Yes, yes.
And therefore, by the code, if they're breaking the ridge line, then they're non-conforming in terms of the scenic view from the road?
Right, at 33 feet.
Just the 33 feet?
Yes.
Now, the 20-foot story pole, was that visible but not breaking the ridge line?
It did break the ridge line, but it was
When you
only.
had it clear over it?
Right. So, you know, there's a row of trees right where the slope drops down, if you recall, during, you
I
did
didn't go
you
on
did
that
your
site
own
visit,
separate
but
site
I've
visit.
He's been
Looked
there.
at it. I've driven
Right.
there and looked up.
Right. It
Yeah.
wasn't until the poles were brought all the way forward to the edge of the trees, the edge of that already platted building envelope, that we could see the top of the poles. And so what site plan review could do for any development on lot 3 is, you know, recommend and force a design that didn't break the ridge line, that met our scenic review standards. And I did point out in my memo to you, and I'm sorry if I forgot to point this out in my presentation today, but there's another point about this, about lot 3, and those of you who were on our original site visit, lot 3 is part of this large irrigated field. And although with TDR and a constraint site TDR, we take into account visual and critical habitat and other constraints, irrigated fields and maintaining the integrity of irrigated fields is not considered a constraint, but it is one of our goals in our land use policies to not break up irrigated fields. So I mentioned that in my memo to you guys, but I also wanted you guys to know that as well.
Okay. So it would be possible to build a house on lot 3 that was 1 story and was set back in the building envelope that would not
Right.
break the ridge line?
Right.
Okay. Second question has to do with the EDU in relation to the retreat lodge. So is there going to be an EDU in the retreat lodge if it is built under the proposal? I don't get the
I don't know.
connection between why, if the retreat lodge is not built, that the CDU would become an EDU in the other location.
Well, so a CDU, caretaker dwelling unit, is being proposed within the new barn and the riding arena. The applicant's vision is to come back through our tourist accommodation growth management process for the retreat center. As part of growth management, employee generation is assessed and then employee mitigation is required. So the applicant would like to reserve this CDU as possibly part of their employee mitigation for the retreat center. They would convert the CDU into an EDU.
Okay, that would be their employee mitigation.
Yes, but.
If they do that.
Right.
Okay.
Since we don't know anything about the retreat center, the size, the number of rooms, we don't know how many employees would be generated and whether they would need more employee mitigation when they come through growth management.
So right
We don't
now,
know that
with
yet.
the business proposal with the riding arena, they don't need to have they already have some employee housing at the,
Yes,
down at, by Prince Creek Road.
yes, yeah,
So they don't need that as an EDU right
Right.
now,
right, right,
or they're not required to by our
exactly,
numbers.
exactly,
They might choose to have an employee living there, but,
right.
okay. Okay, I understand that.
And
now.
that's something that they say is important to them, having on-site employee 24/7. And that's why they're proposing the CDU. I just took that and ran with it and said, well, let's just make it an EDU. Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Patty, did you have any comments?
Nope.
Did you have more, Steve?
Nope, that's it.
I have quite a list, but I think I'll wait till after Glenn is finished. I just wanted to say one thing about 31 vehicle trips on Prince Creek Road being called insignificant. I have to disagree with that adjective. It's pretty significant.
I was just,
Especially with the bike parking already there. It's
I was
changed the
just
nature of Prince
quoting
Creek.
the engineer.
Okay. I disagree with the engineer's use of that adjective.
Quick question as Glenn's preparing. Did you, I received a letter from Karen Reed, which I sent forwarded. Is that in your packet? Did you guys get that?
Who?
Karen Reed, she's a equestrian and, okay, the BOCC got it, but perhaps you didn't make it as far as to you.
Yeah, it has quite a few points to be discussed later.
It should be entered into the record at least today, if not.
Did the applicant get that letter?
I sent it to
Let me
Charlotte.
look and see where it came from.
Hey,
Came from,
somehow I deleted it.
It should be from Charlotte via me.
yes, updated.
You got that today?
January 10th, yesterday.
Here it is.
Got it, yes,
When I-
here it
when I
is.
sent it, yeah.
It came yesterday at 2:48, and it was to the BOCC, and Charlotte forwarded it to us. Just the BOCC.
But how do you do that?
Sorry, my mistake. I could have
Leslie,
asked.
I've just sent it on to you.
Yeah.
You sent it on to Leslie?
Yeah. I printed it out and it's upstairs, so.
It's a very long description of her qualifications, followed by a letter.
Well, it's attached, yeah, that's just an attachment to the letter she sent. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. As Leslie said, we had to really rush through everything we did last time, so I'm gonna take a little more time, and hopefully, I don't repeat too much, but I will repeat some things. I'm gonna try to focus on new material today, and Heather Henry's here with me. Heather's the landscape architect with Connect One, and Jonathan Losky with Colorado Wildlife Science is here, as well as Andy Korber, the architect from Land and Shelter. Brendan and Sarah decided to stay home and not participate at the meeting today. They figured that we've got it covered with their team. It was very emotional for Sarah in particular, given that she's just got a
For
brand
whom?
new. Yes?
Very emotional for whom?
For Sarah.
Could you speak up just a little bit?
Yeah, it was.
That won't help, it just in the
Okay,
room.
yeah, it was very emotional for Sarah at the last meeting, particularly with a newborn. So she's asked that we just handle the meeting today and report back to her on the results of the meeting, and that's what we're going to do. We think we've got it covered. So on the screen before you, oh yeah, the letter. Yeah, here Sarah did write a letter. And this letter, Heather's going to read into the record. It addresses her concerns and her thoughts about the land use application.
Thanks, Glenn. So this is penned by Sarah. I was asked to read this into the record to you all. January 11th, 2023. Dear Commissioners, the land use application for Turnabout Ranch seeks to do the following. Eliminate the majority of lots in an approved subdivision, preserve this 450-acre ranch as a working agricultural and horse property, build a horse facility for the purpose of offering healing work to the community, dismantle and remove the 18,000 square foot red barn that's adjacent to Prince Creek and the Prince Creek Road Scenic View Corridor, restore the degraded land and vegetation, and encumber approximately 125 acres of crucial wildlife habitat with a conservation easement. We believe this vision clearly benefits the land, community, and wildlife, and is consistent with Pitkin County's goals of preserving scenic agricultural land, wildlife habitat, and rural character. In response to questions and comments at the last meeting, we want to convey a few important points. First, we have requested TDRs for the purpose of funding the enormous amount of restoration and repair work required to the land and buildings on this ranch. Our aim here is not to point fingers as to why or how the property has come to be in poor condition, but to make you aware of the current reality at the ranch. It has suffered many years of deferred maintenance, and the land has been overgrazed. To give you just one example of what it's currently like to operate this ranch, this past summer, something broke on the irrigation system nearly every day. This is not a sustainable way to operate. In addition, all of the existing buildings need extensive repairs and renovations, or to be rebuilt, as is the case with the hay shed that blew down last spring in the high winds. The prospect of selling TDRs makes it potentially viable to take on such a daunting project. As another example, along with what I described above, replacing fencing alone could be a multi-million-dollar undertaking. We wish to do this over time because the current fencing is poor quality and hazardous to wildlife. However, our ability to do this, as well as the rest of the required repairs, let alone the improvements we wish to make for our equine work, depends on the overall project being viable for us. The TDRs are a crucial part of the equation. Second, there were also questions about the commercial nature of our operation. Our application is in the commercial growth management process because the county requires an indoor riding arena to receive commercial GMQS allotment. A quiet equine assisted learning program, along with eventually a small retreat center, is commercial only in the sense that clients would come to the property to work with me. However, the feel and impact of this operation does not compare to a high-traffic commercial business like a supermarket or other vendor that would require as well to go through the GMQS process. Our operation also does not compare to a high-traffic horseboarding facility such as Cozy Point. Those barns have their place, but that's not what I'm interested in running, nor have I ever been. This ranch will have a quiet and private atmosphere, which is crucial to the work I do, as well as the well-being of the horses. Third, we propose to make the ranch available for annual school field trips as a public service so local children can visit an operating horse ranch. It never occurred to us to try to profit from this activity. Similarly, equine-assisted learning and therapy is not a lucrative business. Our goal is simply to operate in a way that's sustainable long-term so that we can continue to do our work and care for the ranch. We also wish to create a scholarship fund as a nonprofit entity which would pay for sessions for clients needing financial aid. At the future retreat center, we also aim to offer retreats for veterans and for those to be free of charge, funded by the nonprofit. As you've sensed from our interactions thus far, we love this property and are deeply invested in our vision. However, you may have the impression that we'd stay at the ranch no matter the outcome of the application. Please understand that this is not and cannot be the case. The current state of disrepair adversely affects our quality of life, which as new parents matters to us more than ever. Moreover, we both must be able to do our life's work. We bought the property for the express purpose of offering equine healing work in this extraordinarily beautiful and peaceful natural environment. If the project turns out not to be viable, we'll need to move on and find another place to realize our vision. It's not an outcome we want, but we are aware that it could happen. In this case, it's likely the Tybar subdivision, which was approved by Pitkin County in 2000 prior to the enactment of residential GMQS and scenic view protection in the Prince Creek Valley, would be built. A developer could make an enormous profit on this property and would not need to go through the process we're in the midst of now. A developer certainly would not place any land in conservation, restore overgrazed pastures, or replace fencing. None of these are profitable undertakings, but they matter to us. We hope further that in stepping back and considering the overall picture, you consider this a great project, worthy of support. We wish to bring healing to the land and healing work to this community. Thank you for your consideration. Sincerely, Sarah Doran. Thank you, Heather, for giving us the time to read that.
Okay, thank you, Heather. On the first slide before you, we've got the land use requests that have not changed from the last meeting. We're proposing to vacate 6 lots, 3, 5, and 6, as well as 7, 8, and 9. We propose to subdivide open space parcel A to create 2 open space parcels, A and open space parcel C. C would be placed in a conservation easement. We're looking for land use approvals for the indoor riding arena, agricultural buildings, and landscaping on parcel A. A new barn and redevelopment of the existing employee dwelling unit on open space parcel C, which is the one by the road where the 18,000 square foot red barn is located. We're looking to improve the lower pasture road and Angus Lane to serve the indoor riding arena. Angus Lane is the road that has direct access to the barns that we're proposing be used on a year-round basis as the access to the barn and riding arena. We propose to plant trees on open space parcel B so that the existing ranch operations, which are visible on the mesa across from the ranch, would be screened from the homes that are on that mesa. The applicant's seeking 3 TDRs, 2 to sterilize lots 3 and 5 as visually constrained lots, and 1 for lot 6 as a constrained lot. This is a vicinity map, and it shows the ranch in the center. The yellow line is the Garfield-Pitkin County line. This area to the north is the beautiful mesa of irrigated land that extends almost all the way to the town of Carbondale. On the right side of the screen, to the east, is the Crown and Bureau of Land Management land. To the south, you've got the KD 2004 trust parcel. This is owned by Emma Danzinger. It's in a conservation easement that Lydia and Richard McIntyre placed over that property as part of the conservation easement for the Flying Dog Ranch. Here you have Prince Creek Road, the Flying Dog Ranch, and Prince Creek Road going down to Highway 133. This shows the existing conditions of the ranch. You've got the lower portion of the ranch with the calving barn in this location here, the red calving barn. Most of the land around the red calving barn is really in bad shape because it served essentially as a feed lot for the cow-calf operations on the ranch on the lower portion of the ranch there. Open space parcel B is in better condition. It's not all weeds like the lower part, but there is a mix of weeds, alfalfa, and grass on open space parcel B in this section. These pastures on the upper part of the ranch are in the best shape. They're a mix of alfalfa and grass. And then on the far east side, the right side of the drawing here, this is the land that's proposed to be in conservation. You can see the lots that surround the open space. Those lots were approved as part of the Thai Bar subdivision. This is a photo of what the lower pasture around the red calving barn looks like. You're really looking at dried, hardened cow manure from cows grazing this section of the pasture. The vision for the ranch, as expressed in Sarah's letter, is land restoration, a horse facility for natural lifemanship work, a future retreat on lot 11, that's where guests would stay that are visiting the ranch to participate in the natural lifemanship work. It would be essentially a small lodge, and it's categorized as a country inn in the county code. We're looking to pursue sustainable agriculture and to have a community outreach program for local schools. So this slide is a slide which shows the future plan for the ranch. Here would be the riding arena and barn in the hidden meadow. And you can see that many of the lots are gone. This portion of the property here would be placed in a conservation easement. And there would be Lot 4 remaining, Lot 2 where Sarah and Brendan live. The retreat would be in this location on Lot 10, and then Lot 11 may contain a guest house. This shows the link between proposed conservation easement on open space parcel C and the conserved land in the area. Really, this is quite an impressive slide. If you look at the land shaded in green, this is land in the Crystal River Valley that's already in conservation easements for the benefit of Aspen Valley Land Trust in Pitkin County. And you can see there's quite a bit of land in this valley that is already in conservation. Right around the ranch, you've got the BLM land to the east, and then the conservation easement, which benefits Aspen Valley Land Trust just to the south, adjacent to open space parcel C, which contains 125 acres, and we propose that to become to be placed in a conservation easement to link to the Flying Dog East Conservation Easement. The land in red is land that's owned by Pitkin County. If you look at this slide, it's interesting to see the blue dot pattern on the right side of the slide is all of the land which is deemed to be deer winter concentration area. And you can see how that coincides with open space parcel C here, and also the conservation easement on the Flying Dog East property. So it's really significant in that if open space parcel C is placed in conservation, you've really conserved in conservation easements the private land that makes up the deer winter concentration area, and it links to the Crown and the Bureau of Land Management property to the east.
Glenn, how large is that parcel again, acreage?
Parcel C?
Yeah. What was the size?
125 acres. Okay, so this slide shows the plan for the ranch that you've seen, and you compare it with this slide here. This is the Tie Bar subdivision plan, and you can see this shows houses being developed on the 11 lots, and it compares with the Turnabout Ranch plan where you see those houses would not be present. Once again, we're proposing the sterilization of 6 lots that appear on this slide as compared to the Turnabout Ranch plan. You've got the riding facility in the barn in the location where these 3 lots are, 7, 8, and 9. Lot 10 would remain and lot 11 would remain. So I want you to understand the differences between these two plans, as well as this land over here being placed in conservation. If you move down next, we get to the issue about TDRs and the visually constrained lots. Leslie has talked about this. Steve, you asked some questions about it. Here's lot 3. This is lot 5. Lot 5 is entirely on this ridge across from where, this is where the county open space and trails parking lot is now. This photo was taken before it was placed there. You can see these story poles that we placed on lot 5. Every section of lot 5, wherever you put a house in the activity envelope, breaks a ridge line. As we place story poles in this area here, which would be on lot 3, and as we found, the 33-foot house breaks the ridge line. If you move the house way back into this area of the activity envelope, a 20-foot house would not break the ridge line, but you can see how disruptive it would be to this pasture. Lot 4 is located over in this area. So looking at lot 3, this is a 33-foot tarp. It's 33 to the top of the ridge. It simulates what a house would look like at the county height limit. So here is a visual simulation of the house taken from Prince Creek Road in front of Lydia and Richard McIntyre's cabin. So you can see there's the tarp. There's the location of the story of where the tarp was placed. And to be fair, if you had a 20-foot house way in the back of this activity envelope, it probably would not break a ridgeline because of these trees right in this area. If you take a look at the next slide, it shows the story poles on Lot 5. And all of the Lot 5 activity envelope is on this ridge, and you can see the story poles there. If you go back here, you can see that's where we place those story poles. And when you get to this slide, it shows the poles, and the following slide shows a simulation of a house built on that lot. And this would be taken, this picture is taken from Prince Creek Road, right along the county parking lot. The next slide shows some houses in the valley that were developed prior to the scenic view protection standards that break the ridge line. Here's another house. This is what we're trying to avoid. When the Tie Bar subdivision was approved back in 2000, there was no residential growth management quota system in the Crystal River Valley, so the project did not go through growth management, and there was no scenic view protection standards in the Prince Creek Valley. So if you move on, this is the criteria for what constitutes a visually constrained lot. I let you read that. It talks about legally created lots or parcels that have been identified as visually constrained sites because development would severely impact or destroy a scenic public view plane as determined by the Board of County Commissioners. Looking next at Lot 6, this slide shows the winter concentration area, which we've discussed somewhat already. It's shown in blue. And the shaded area is the quarter-mile buffer beyond the winter concentration area. And it's interesting to note that a portion of the winter concentration area touches Lot 6, and all of Lot 6 is located within that winter concentration area. So we're asking you to find that Lot 6 is a constrained lot based upon this code language. The code does not permit development in the quarter-mile buffer of the winter concentration area. This is a slide that shows the quantity of floor area, residential floor area, that would not be built on the Turnabout Ranch if you approve lots 3, 5, and 6 as constrained sending sites, and lots 7, 8, and 9 would be vacated for the riding arena. I want to mention that these lots 7, 8, and 9 would be vacated voluntarily without the request for any TDRs. That's where the riding arena would be placed. There are other places on the ranch where we could place the riding arena and the barn. However, we think it's in the best spot because it's hidden in the hidden valley and not visible really from Prince Creek Road at all. So we're proposing to sterilize 45,000 square feet of floor area. Each of the lots on the Tie Bar subdivision PUD plan are approved for 7,500 square feet of floor area. And as you know, with any TDR program, there are trade-offs. And an additional 7,500 square feet of residential floor area could be developed in the urban growth boundary or on sites that are approved through the special review process as TDR receiver sites. So you're looking at 45,000 square feet of floor area that wouldn't be built. You wouldn't have the construction impacts. You wouldn't have the everyday traffic, and you wouldn't have the service impacts associated with those 7,500 square foot homes. Speaking to Francie's point, what the traffic engineer found is there would be pretty much a wash on the trips. The trips associated with 7, 8, and 9 vehicular trips end up to be about 30 per day. The trips associated with the riding arena are about 30 per day. So there would be a wash there with respect to the vacation of lots 7, 8, and 9. In addition to that, if you deem lots 3, 5, and 6 to be constrained lots and TDR sending sites, then there would be another 30 trips that would be taken off of Prince Creek Road under the trip generation model used by the traffic engineers. So the Turnabout Ranch plan would result in about 30 less trips on Prince Creek Road as compared to the Tybar Ranch subdivision PUD plan, according to the traffic engineer analysis that was done for this application. If you go to this next plan, it just shows this is the Tybar subdivision plan. This is the Turnabout Ranch plan. You're really looking at more land preservation, less houses. The Tybar subdivision plan is kind of a classic Pickens County land use residential plan in that there are houses on the fringe of the irrigated pastures and the wildlife habitat. When you look at these two together, you can see the differences between the two plan. You can see the amount of floor area that would be eliminated on the site in red, and the transfer into two TDR receiver sites. This kind of summarizes the benefits of the plan. We would vacate 6 residential lots approved for 7,500 square feet of floor area each. There'd be a reduction of 45,000 square feet of floor area in the rural area, addition of 7,500 square feet of floor area on receiver sites, dismantling and removal of the 18,000 foot calving barn to be used somewhere else, a 125 acre conservation easement over critical wildlife habitat that links to other habitat in the valley. We would develop wildlife friendly fencing. There's a requirement that there would be a fencing plan developed prior to building permits being issued. We would restore the prime agricultural lands and develop sustainable agriculture. There'd be improvements to scenic quality. There'd be a community outreach program for local schools. And in sum, we feel that the Turnabout Ranch plan is far more consistent with the Pickens County rural character goals in that it's a ranching plan and not a residential subdivision. And with that, one of the things that we need to think about is really, how do you sustain a ranch in Pickens County given the times that we're in? And what we found with this proposal, there's a little bit more going on than just haying the ranch and a cow-calf operation, in that the horse facility and the applicant's vision for the property is a way to sustain this property as a ranch. The TDRs, the award of the TDRs certainly help. And overall, we feel that it's a better plan for the property than the Tybar subdivision plan. And it's more in keeping with the times that we are in Pickens County in 2022 as opposed to the year 2000 when the Tybar subdivision plan was approved. Heather, you want to add any other thoughts to what we've talked about?
So our traffic generation, one of the other things to point out is that is the high use. Our traffic numbers, one of the things to point out is, so that's summer high use. And then as you know, horse operations really dial back in the winter significantly.
Yeah,
so trip generation could be up to half as much in the wintertime. So now you're seeing an even greater reduction seasonally. The traffic study didn't analyze it seasonally. And then I think recognizing that reduction in square footage is in residential square footage. So when someone might say, well, you're still building this barn, it's kind of an apples to oranges. So the Tybar subdivision could build that agricultural square footage and all of that residential square footage. So it's kind of important to understand you don't necessarily want to mix the two buckets. And so that's where we're kind of coming to that. It's important to reduce that residential square footage, and going back to connecting that again to the goals in Pitkin County to maintain agricultural lands, and what that really means, in the next few generations. And I think that the vision for this property is a generational one, and that's extremely important to Brendan and Sarah. They've had this little boy that they want to hand an economically viable agricultural operation to. And so I think that's extremely important to them. That's all I have to add.
I'm not sure there is such a thing as an economically viable agricultural operation, just saying.
It's
just a joke.
It's important to them, and it should be important to you guys when you want to maintain agricultural land.
Yeah, that concludes our presentation. I do have some comments, if and when we get to it, about some of the recitals and conditions in the resolution. But overall, we're proud of this project, and we think it's a good project, and it's good for the land and an improvement over the Ty Bar subdivision plan.
So Leslie mentioned that you had some other wording changes in the resolution, I believe, or more conditions. Could you go through that?
I can go through that right now.
That
if you'd
list. And I presume a lot of it has to do with stuff you already have talked about.
It's really some little cleanup things. If you were to go to page 2 of the resolution in recital 9D, in the last sentence there, we would like to just make a change to the last sentence that says, the primary purposes of the barn are not to board horses for other riders or to offer typical general riding lessons or riding events. So we want to add the words primary purposes of the barn are not to board horses for other riders or to offer typical general riding lessons or events. There may be some horses boarded there, or someone might take lessons there, but it's not going to operate like Cozy Point. That's the purpose of that change. With respect to condition number 5, this would be on page 9 of the resolution. It says that a special review process may be required to assess if a new operation is consistent with the special use approval. We would like the language in the following condition, number 6, to be similar. If a complaint is received by the Community Development Director that the applicant is not able to resolve with the complainant, or if the operation is found not to be in compliance with the approval, an annual review of the operation may be conducted by the BOCC to resolve the issues and concerns raised by the complainant. Anyway, we would like to make that change so that it says may instead of will, and then say to resolve the issues and concern raised by the complainant.
And weren't we going to say, if the operation is not found to be in compliance?
Right.
Yeah.
If we've missed that not.
Yeah.
If the operation is not found to be in compliance. And then on page 14, I'm actually page 15, condition 14. This is 14A. It says all construction related to open space parcel A, the hidden meadow, shall be prohibited from December 1st to April 30th. And we want to change that to all outdoor construction. If they're all roofed in, we'd like workers to be able to work inside the roofed and walled in structure.
What were the dates on that again, Glenn?
December 1st to April 30th.
Okay.
That's to protect the winter concentration area. And then 14E talks about the fencing plan. And it's all about how the fencing plan will be developed. The first sentence talks about developing that fencing plan. We'd like to add a second sentence that says The fencing plan shall establish the phased removal of the barbed wire fencing on the ranch. And we would eliminate 14F and just put that sentence in as the second sentence. The fencing plan shall establish a phased removal of the barbed wire fencing on the ranch. From what Brendan's told me, the replacing the fence is very expensive and quite a bit of work, so they need to phase it in over time. And then we have the issue of Angus Lane, and the proposal that Angus Lane not be used during the winter time from December 1st to April 30th. We discussed that at the last meeting, and from the standpoint of the operations on the ranch, it's the applicant's feeling that Angus Lane must be used on a year-round basis due to the danger of using the other access and the drop-offs that are above the gulch on that road. Bringing big rigs in to the site, it's really important that they have direct access to the barn and riding arena. And Heather and Andy have designed the barn and the riding arena so that all access would be on the far side of the barn and riding arena, away from the winter concentration area, so that the structure serves as a buffer between the activity and the winter riding arena. There is a emergency ingress and egress on the winter concentration area side of the barn and riding arena, which will be gated at this location, so it would only be used for emergency ingress and egress. All the activity would be on this side of the barn and riding arena, away from the winter concentration area, which is on the south side. So, any other questions, I'd be happy to respond.
Questions, board?
Let's see, I wanted to verify that right now Angus Lane has been used all winter long for years and years for the cattle operation.
That's correct.
Okay, and my thought is that if they couldn't use that, then they would have to drive down out on Prince Creek Road and use the county road to get to another part of the ranch, which is, well, I'll save the language, but it doesn't make sense from a ranching standpoint when you already have a road that they're using in the winter time. It makes sense to me that it continues to be used, and it would be kind of a similar use. There would be employees down on where the calving barn is now, who would be driving up to the riding arena to take care of horses. And they wouldn't have to go out on the county road, so that would be similar use to what it is now. I presume they'd be driving up there to feed cattle or to take care of cattle or to do.
No cattle portion.
Well, I mean, it had been used for that.
Oh, in the past, yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I just put out that I completely support plowing that road. I think it's silly to suddenly close that off after decades and decades of using that road in the winter, and the deer are still there after using it all this time. Okay, other questions, board?
A question about the irrigated land on lot 3. Is there, I mean, from the aerial photograph, it looks like it's a good, healthy hayfield right now. But is there anything about the soil or anything there that is not visible or hasn't been pointed out? Why the Dancingers would have wanted to put a house on there, besides that it has a good view of Mount Cypress?
You know, I can't speculate on why. I think it's the view of Mount Cypress is so spectacular, and the land use pattern is just typical. If you go to this slide, this is the Ty-Bar subdivision plan. And if you look at it, it's very similar to other plans that you see that are what I call are like, this is the prescriptive formula of the Pickens County Land Use Code about how you develop around irrigated pasture and wildlife habitat. And so they've got lot 3 here on the edge of the pasture. It is some of the best irrigated pasture that remains on the ranch. It's in pretty good shape, way better than down below where all the cattle were by the calving barn. But still, it does some things like the access road is on the pasture side of the house. And if you look at, here you can see the access to this lot would go here through the middle of the pasture. And if this plan is approved, I would suggest that it should be this road, this driveway should be on the far edge of the pasture instead of right in the center of the pasture. Well, not the center, but in the productive area there. So if this was approved, we would request to be able to switch this driveway to the edge of the irrigated pasture.
One more question about that. Is that sprinkle irrigated, that field, or is it flood irrigated?
There's sprinklers down in this section, and I don't know how the upper section is irrigated.
No, I mean
now.
talking about lot down by lot.
Yeah, do you know, Jonathan?
He said it's currently flood, and they're going to be switched this way.
Flood irrigated, and is there any threat to the Ferris's property from tailwater?
Well, they're transitioning to spray irrigation, so they're trying to systematically get rid of the flood irrigation.
Okay, because an irrigated field that close to someone's house, lots of parts of the county, that causes problems for the neighbors, so. I
Steve,
think,
they currently
to me,
use-
that should be a condition
they
if
use
we
roller
gave up,
sprinklers,
if we gave the, vacated lot 3, that we would require that it be sprinkled so that it could not damage the neighbors then.
I mean, the flood irrigation exists, so it's been flood irrigated for years.
Mhm.
I would imagine if issues haven't arisen by now, but we can certainly bring that back.
Could we get Jonathan up at a microphone?
Sure.
He's raising
I
his
was
hand.
just gonna say that, I mean.
He's
You
gotta
have to
be
come
on
up.
there.
You come up and
Mike.
speak into a mic.
Just gonna say that, the Ferris's house has been there since, I think, the early 60s, and this has been irrigated the entire time, and there's never been any issue. And besides flood irrigation, right now, they also use the side roller sprinklers. So there's never been an issue, and it's the intent of the Dorans to switch, as we said, to sprinklers, so there'll even be less of a threat.
If there's no further questions, do you have comments?
I don't have questions.
Ally?
I'm gonna hold my comments till after, if there's any public. A couple things. So related to the request that you wanted for construction, what does the construction management plan vehicle trip generation look like for those winter months? For internal,
We haven't developed the construction management plan, so I can't speak to the number of construction trips that will take place to go to the barn and the riding arena in the winter time. But that would certainly be something that we would have to address in the as part of the approval to do the construction management plan.
because I guess, I mean, we've heard a recommendation to not even snowplow that road for winter, and we're being asked now to approve more vehicle trips during that period of time in order to, foster that inside construction, right? So I just want to see if my understanding is clear there. Is that right?
So this time frame of no construction is in our code. And what we have developed some language around that with outside construction, not just inside, but no generators running your, nail gun, and no deliveries, and we've worked with CPW on refining that language a little bit. We've recently had a request from a property owner who is constrained by this limitation on construction they've started with CPW proposing sound walls, construction sound walls that we see all over town now, and using those. We know that CPW is kind of thinking about when you take out that huge chunk of the year for construction, you're suddenly into longer construction.
Right.
So if that's something the board wants to explore, we would have to come up with some language. I would want to work with CPW on some language on that, on what could be, and including traffic in the winter.
Okay. So is that request premature for you to for staff to make a recommendation in response to it right now?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I want to dig into the water thing a little bit. I will preface, I really hate 35-acre exempt well permits. I want the legislature to get rid of them. I think that they take so much latitude away from commissioners to make good development decisions in a water crisis. Nonetheless, here we are, and that change has not been made. But I am curious about what we know about what an exempt well permit would look like to provide water to the barn, because they'd have to get one for the 3 residential structures, or they'd have to get one for the barn, right? Whatever. So do we know? And I'm sorry, I didn't get the attachments until like 10:45, and I was running out the door, so I didn't get a chance to read through all of it if it's in there. But do we know, like, what is the depth for drilling in the well? Is it feasible at all? Is there any hydrology that connects with the Crystal River? This is an area of the county where we already have issues with
I want to speak to that because I have
exempt
a
well permits and being over appropriated there. So I am really sensitive in this particular valley on this topic.
I want to answer that before you jump in, Jen, because I live right across the road from that. Our well is 400 feet deep, and it is in the Crystal River aquifer, and I've had to replace that pump twice in the last 3 years because of the rising sand. So, in my opinion, there definitely is an issue with the Crystal River aquifer's ability to supply a lot of water, but this is a state statute that they're allowed to have a 35-acre exempt well, which at 15 gallons per minute. It'll be awesome if they get that water at 15 gallons a minute. Ours is 7 in the same aquifer that this will be in, because we're almost exactly the same elevation. But if you have more to add to that, that would be great.
I don't have more to add to that. We had the letter from the water attorney saying there's a legal right, but we have not investigated the likelihood of hitting water, nor do we know what depth it would be.
Okay. And then I just want to flag, I think a couple of, for Leslie, can you just clarify the EDU versus CDU thing one more time? I'm sorry, this isn't sticking. And so I just see that as an outstanding point, the construction in the winter, TDRs, and maybe more discussion around water and snow plowing are the things I've flagged for us to figure out.
So I think
EDU
probably
versus
all
CDU.
have comments. Do you want
Sorry,
to go
can
to
she
public
just answer?
hearing?
Can she just answer the EDU versus
I'm sorry.
CDU clarification?
I didn't realize
really
it was a
quick?
question.
Yeah.
So,
One more time.
As part of their commercial growth management for the riding arena, they were, because of the size of the riding arena, and based upon previous analysis of employees generated by riding arenas, they were required to mitigate for 5.2 employees. They are doing that within the there's existing employee bedrooms that were not required as part of Tybar Ranch subdivision. They just provided them. And they're adding to that within that same building down below on open space parcel B. They're meeting that GMQS requirement. As part of the riding arena and the need, according to Sarah, to have someone on site 24/7 in the barn, they're proposing a caretaker dwelling unit.
Like I can never leave, 24/7.
You can never leave.
You are there, you are
So
chained to
the
that.
difference between an EDU and a CDU.
Not more than 31 times.
Is, right. A EDU, we require a covenant on the property that says the unit will always be occupied by an employee. Cannot be sold separately, you know, it has to be occupied, and by an employee. The covenants that we put on our caretaker dwelling units say that if the unit is rented, the unit must be rented to a working resident of Pitkin County or a working resident of the valley. We use the valley-wide definition, drainage. But it doesn't have to be occupied, it doesn't have to be rented, it cannot be sold separately. And so that's the difference. And so my recommendation consistently during this review of this project has been that the caretaker dwelling unit proposed in the riding arena barn should be an EDU because they want it. It's a real employee that's going to live there.
Are the other 5 already EDUs?
No, the other 5 units, the existing units on site are not covenanted restricted units. They're just employee bedrooms. As part of the growth management, they are required to place a covenant on the property that makes those EDUs.
Thank you, sorry.
Okay.
So to build on that, if it were to sell and they didn't have a commercial operation, what good is an EDU? What happens to the EDU?
It's a covenant that it goes with the land. It doesn't matter who owns the property. That covenant, those units have to be occupied by employees of the Roaring Fork Drainage.
Okay, they would convert to a CDU then?
No, the EDUs are a covenant that is an agreement as part of getting their growth management allotment for the riding arena.
But you said it had to be an
Employees.
employee of the operation.
Yes.
But what if there is no operation?
If it sold.
Yes.
And there were no longer horses in that barn.
Right.
And it was a CDU, it could be rented to an employee of wherever. If we apply the EDU restriction, then yes, it's supposed to then continue to be an employee of that ranch, which would be odd if then you were no longer
It's not a
doing a
commercial
horse
operation.
operation.
Well,
If there
except the
was-
only way to get a stable is to be a commercial, commercially approved.
A structure that large, yes.
So it's like
So let me just clarify.
tied.
If it's sold and they said, well, we don't have any employees, which would be kind of silly.
20,000 square foot barn.
You know, we don't have any employees, then they would have to put employees in the unit.
Whether they had employees or not?
Whether they had, they could then rent the units to other employees in the area.
Okay.
I
Yes.
think you're getting there, and I think Glenn's probably going there too. If they don't have employees to put in that unit, they have to find employees. We will find employees to put in that apartment that meet the requirements.
That aren't their employees.
That aren't their employees.
Okay,
They
that's
don't
all I
have
was
to be
asking.
Their employees,
Exactly, thank you.
It can be other employees who
Yes,
meet
thank
those
you.
criteria.
That's all I was asking.
The preference is for the on-site employees.
Yeah, I
If there are
understand.
none, then
And just to clarify, a caretaker dwelling unit, the CDU, does not have that requirement with it.
Yeah, right. I know that, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, there's only one reason why we didn't call that out as an EDU in the original proposal, is we anticipate coming back in to do this retreat house, which, like a riding arena, has to fall in the category of a tourist accommodation unit. It has to go into the tourist accommodation growth management quota system for the retreat house where guests would stay that are working at the ranch. And we're gonna need a required employee dwelling unit to compete in the growth management competition for the retreat house.
I see.
So we've just held it back because we wanted to be able to get credit for it when it becomes
I
an
see.
EDU. So we've agreed that if they don't do the retreat house, something happens, after 3 years, that caretaker dwelling unit will be further restricted as an employee dwelling unit.
Thank you. Public hearing?
I have a-
Or do you want to have a question?
One quick question for, maybe it's Suzanne, maybe it's Leslie, Glenn probably knows. How many employees do we consider a 2,500 square foot addition generating?
What?
If you add 2,500 square feet to your house, is there a statistical number of employees? Do we have a benchmark?
I see where you're going.
For number of employees created by 2,500 square feet of space? Sorry, I didn't spit that out properly.
I got it.
Not off the top of my head. But yes, I mean, that's the basis of when we established the 5750 limit and looking at additional floor area. Beyond that, there were studies looking at the sizes of homes and the employee generation as the size increased.
Right, but we don't have a number associated with each additional 2,500 square feet created.
I do not.
We do have numbers
Top of-
associated
yeah,
as we
it's a-
move up the scale from 5750 to 6,000 to 8,000 to 10,000, and they're partial FTEs. Each one is a partial FTE until you get to the 15,000 square foot level, where I believe it's 1.6 or 1.5 FTEs, something like that. So that we do have that in that scale that we approved last year.
It'd be nice to understand that. Thank you.
Yeah.
Just a quick add-on too, understanding that any house over 5750 is required to pay the employee housing impact fee, based on that size. So if these houses, in this subdivision, even though it was approved back in 2000, I think, I can't remember, was it? Right, I mean, but I assume the impact fee would apply as each one of those was built. So that's where we're capturing, that larger size and the employee impact from that.
Got it.
We said up to 5750, no fee, but beyond that, the fee increases with the square
So if
footage.
you buy a TDR, you also buy the responsibility to pay for your employee generation.
Right,
Do you?
when it lands, the impact fee.
Yeah, you can't
Great
build a
question.
2,500 square feet without doing an employee mitigation.
Got it. Okay, thank you.
All right, I'm going to open the public hearing. Is there anybody online who'd like to comment? Please do *9. And any public comment in the room? I don't think so. Anybody online?
No.
All right, let's bring it back to the board for comments. Patty?
Yeah, the change of the use of the word will to maybe. I think if you have a complaint that's not been able to be resolved, that it needs to come back. It's not a maybe, it's a will come back. I don't know how the rest of the board feels, but it's a matter of getting it resolved. And if attempts to resolve it have failed, then it's time to bring it to the BOCC for an annual review. And besides that, I would just like to see what's happening annually until such time as, we can always change that, right, Leslie, and not have, we've done that in other places. We'll have an annual review until such time as the BOCC doesn't feel the need. Right? So, but this is directly associated with the filing of complaints in this case.
Yes, the way I've written the language for the annual review is if there is a complaint that cannot be resolved, then it will go to the board. And what are you're suggesting
Glenn
that-
is saying it may go to the board, not it will. And I'm a little more comfortable with the word will than may, but I don't know how the rest of the board feels.
And may I ask a clarification? Are you
will-
saying?
You will ask me a question, or you may?
May I ask you a question? May I?
Yes, you may.
Okay.
And I will answer.
I thought you were finishing up though and saying that you want to require an annual review until such time you do not want to require an
But
annual.
that's different than what you're requiring. You're tying it directly to the complaint being
complaint.
lodged. I don't know if the board, I just think it would be interesting to find out when this is up and running as this equine healing center, if the board has any interest in seeing how it's working at some point. So it could be once it's up and running and we have a year's worth of data, bring it back to the I don't know if the board's interested in that, but I think it would be fascinating to find out how it's working, since it's a kind of a different use being proposed to us. But
I support that.
But as far as the complaints, I would like to use the word will rather than may come back to the BOCC. I think the complaint is unable to be resolved, then it needs to come to the BOCC.
I do know of at least 2 other facilities that are compliant facilities that are intended for psychological and emotional support for people.
Windwalkers.
And the Smiling Goat. I don't know
But
if
that's, but I wanted, this is a whole new ballgame, and if the board's not interested, then I'm fine, it could just be a quick, I just would like to see what's happening down the line, because it's very different than what's already been approved there.
I'd support that.
I would support the word will.
Creek at the Cameron's riding facility, so Leslie and I didn't dream it up. That's what they did on the last riding arena. That's what the board imposed at that time. And they decided at that time that there would be a review. There will be a review if there are complaints that can't be resolved. And from the standpoint of the applicant, we would certainly like to stick with that language rather than having an annual review and then maybe, if things go smoothly, stop having the annual review. I mean, it would be great to avoid anything hanging out there, lurking out there that would have to be reviewed. It would also, reduce the workload.
Well, now, did you just say that the issue with the other riding arena is that it will come back every?
It will come back if there's
So
a
it's just-
complaint that can't be resolved.
So that's the language we'd like to stick with. You were asking to change it to may come back.
Yeah, and if
I'm so confused.
I have a feeling if there's a complaint, it's going to the board if you can't resolve it. So I don't really have a strong objection to will, but I know from talking with Sarah about this a couple days ago, she would like to avoid, the annual review unless there's a problem.
Well, yeah, I'm separating that out. It confused you, obviously. I just wanted to know if the board had any interest in, I don't have a problem with if a complaint cannot be resolved, it will come to the BOCC. On a side note, I would like some kind of report to come back to the BOCC after they're up and running for a year as to how things are working. How many guests, how many, people have been participating, students, whatever, just to see, just to track.
Are you interested in pursuing that, Kelly?
Yeah, I have bigger, thornier issues on my
But
mind.
are you interested in that annual review requirement?
Sure.
Yeah.
Are you?
Yeah.
So a year after they're up and running, can we write that in,
I
Leslie?
was gonna ask staff when there's any sort of application and people have all these conditions of approval and they're required to do all this, what sort of follow-up do you have to ensure that they do everything they said they were going to do?
Well, a lot of it we tie to as they move through the building permit process and as they start to get their final zoning inspection, final CO. We tie a lot to the final CO. And then we're very complaint driven. I mean, if the lights are too bright in the riding arena and it's not working, it's lighting up the sky and we get a complaint, then, we reach out, we have our documentation that says, you can't do that. Same with the number of trips. For example, we'll write the fencing plan as we write if there's gonna be a fencing plan. I'll need to put some, mileposts in that, so we know that we're gonna get this fencing plan and there's a phase to that, and then, we'll go out and check that based upon those deadlines.
So I
The
can,
distillery has to bring us an annual report, right?
Yes, so you have
And the solar.
you have a couple out there right now.
Redstone Castle.
There's a lot more conditions on those two. There was a lot more public input as well, so requiring the annual review gave you guys that ability to hold folks' feet to the fire.
I'm not in support of that. I think it's pretty intrusive and cumbersome for them and for us, and
But if 4 people want it, I would, of course.
Well, yeah, I just thought it would be interesting because it's different. We don't, Windwalkers and the other one are not in Pickens County, I don't think. So, that's out of our control. But I was just mostly for my own interest to see how it's been received by the general public and the usage. But I can always call them up in a year after they're running and come down and tour the site, so.
Or when they come back to apply for a retreat.
Yeah,
you'll
we
get
could
all
ask
that.
about it. So I just thought I'd throw it out there and see if there was interest. I'm
There is
good with
interest.
not
I'm just the
reporting.
only one that's not interested.
There is interest.
There is
Yeah.
definitely interest. Would you just make a note of that for now, that there is 4 people are interested in an annual review
I
as
didn't
part
say
of this?
whether I was yet or
Oh,
not.
I'm so sorry, Steve, are you?
Well, I was gonna say the things that could be, if there was twice as much traffic as, if there were 60 instead of 30. So I would think a traffic count would be part of that, if there were an annual review. Looking at the lighting and effect of the riding arena on the winter deer range, if there's any effect on the wildlife from that unanticipated stuff, that maybe an annual review, we could mitigate that and find a solution. Those would be the kind of things to me that could be important in relation to this application.
You said annual review, do you mean review or report?
Well, I would think to me, a report to community development would be sufficient. Community development could bring it to the BOCC if there are certain red flags popped up.
What we've done in the past with your other 2 annual reviews is we require a report 30 days before the end date of when you approve this. So we will require a report 30 days before January 11th of next year. And we would list those items that the report has to include, just like you did.
Mm-hmm. And to me, that would be sufficient, not require that they come back to the BOCC unless there are issues that come up in the annual report.
So a report to staff. I mean, we also have 2 different annual reviews. We have an administrative level review where we want that report, we get that report. It's a time for staff to check in with the property owner. Or like we're doing with Emma Distillery and the solar project, it's coming to you.
Because we asked for it to come.
Because, right.
You want to, that's not what you were thinking?
That's not what I'm asking. I am asking, one, that complaints that are not resolved come to the BOCC.
Yeah.
That's one thing. The other thing is, I was just asking the board if, say, a year after the operation is up and running, they present us with a report on how they're doing with their activities, what's the community benefit been, et cetera. They can either, and if the board, I mean, that's something it's for my own interest, has nothing to do with requiring an annual report.
So you're talking about a report, not a review?
Yeah, I'm not talking every year they have to come in and give us a report like the solar farm does, like Elam Gravel does, like the distillery will have to. Not asking for that. I just wanted them to let us know a year after they're up and running how things have gone and what they're seeing as far as use and benefits. But that is something that I can go down and visit the site and talk to them, because I'm the only one interested in knowing that. It's not requiring an annual review unless there's a complaint that's not resolved, and that issue comes to the BOCC. Will come to the BOCC.
Go, Leslie.
Well, then, what I'd like to do is in number 6, condition number 6 in the reso, take out that phrase, an annual review, and just say, if the operation is not found to be in compliance with this approval, the operation will be reviewed by the BOCC. So we don't have to wait for a year for the annual review.
So you'd have to have a complaint
Yes.
in order to know that it's not in compliance?
Right, and I would keep the whole first part of that. If a complaint is received by community
It can't be
development, it's
resolved.
unresolved.
So it's incumbent on the neighbors then to be the cops?
We are really complaint driven. Our department is complaint
Across the
driven
county.
once
Yeah.
things are approved and up and running.
We don't send out an enforcement officer to spy over fences, as some other counties do. One of them I could name, but
Are
I
you
will
okay
not do
with
that.
what Leslie recommended, Patty?
Yes, I'm fine with what
Are you
Leslie.
okay with that, Chief?
Yeah.
Is this about that or the next topic? You
I-
okay with
I
what she
am-
recommended?
I am done with that issue, and that,
Okay. And you're okay?
I have
with-
meatier ones for later, but I think Kelly will be addressing them.
All right, Kelly, you're
Well,
on.
I don't think we're prepared to make a decision on this today. So I want to throw that out because I think we've heard from Leslie that staff has to think about what a construction plan looks like in terms of changing language in the reso during those periods of time. And I would like that information to come back to us. And I'm still really stuck on this water issue. I just feel like we don't have enough information related to that to understand what the impact's gonna be for the surrounding area, and I think that's important for us to consider before we move forward on this. Personally, I don't know what, levers we have to pull, but we're dealing with a very active augmentation negotiation issue in that valley, and I don't know if approvals related to this give us some leverage about how we minimize any additional harm in the Crystal River. So those are just two things for me that I don't feel personally prepared to make a decision on this today. And as you want to walk us through some of the other issues, I'm happy to comment.
Can I just
on
make a
those.
comment or ask a question about construction management? Construction management comes down the line. I'm not sure have we ever written construction management plans into the approval? Into the reso? I mean, it's another
So
process.
they're asking for language changes in our resolution about when they can do interior construction in the barn that I don't feel prepared to approve without getting the input that Leslie thinks we, should be sought.
So you're not asking for the
determine that.
construction management plan, you're just asking for language to guide it?
Right.
Okay. Wanted to clarify. Did you like that?
I like that clarification. Well, I would like to hear comments from more people and come back to your idea that maybe we aren't going to come to a conclusion today, but.
That's fine.
Steve?
In relation to the water rights, I mean, the 35-acre exempt well is a right they have from the state, which we have no control over, whether we like it or not. However, I was thinking that there are one or more ponds on the property right now?
There's one.
And the ponds could be actually recharging the groundwater, and probably are, unless they're a lined pond.
I don't think they're
To me,
lined.
that's probably recharging the aquifer from their irrigation pond. And maybe we could put wording in there that if after the well is in operation, if there is a noticeable effect on nearby neighboring wells, that more.
We can do that.
more
Good try, good try.
I want to rewrite the Colorado Constitution in water.
Me too.
There is preemption in that area by the state.
Which means we don't have anything to say about it.
We don't control it.
But
But they
we
do have
control the
ponds
approval.
which probably are sort of like augmenting the water, not that they're required to,
Although
but,
they may be dewatering the stream to fill the pond. It's a big circle.
yeah, okay.
Laura, would you be willing to take a minute and interpret for us the 40 pages of water stuff that we got today?
Yeah, I mean, I do see that the applicant has a 35-acre parcel. The state does have an exempt well permit for 35-acre parcels that allows for up to 3 dwelling units, as well as the livestock use. I don't think that this board has any discretion to require conditions regarding injury to neighbors or any sort of analysis. That's why it's put in the exempt sort of category by the state. There's been a determination by the state that that's just the way it works and it doesn't operate within the system. A normal well permit, not on a 35-acre parcel, would need to go through a non-injury analysis. And I think that's why you see those issues regarding augmentation in the Crystal on smaller properties, right? you know, in terms of the wisdom of that, that's really outside of my purview to opine upon. It's just been a legislative determination.
And beyond that, is there information about the water for the irrigated pastures and the Van de Venner ditch?
Yeah, I mean,
water?
it certainly is a senior water right. There's no information regarding the amount of water that is actually physically on the ground. It's one thing to have a paper water right. It's another thing to have a physical supply.
Right.
You know, there's no information regarding that on what's been provided, but there is a senior water right that is decreed.
On Prince Creek?
Yeah, that's decreed for the use.
And the Van de Venner ditch, I believe they are the lowest shareholders, the last ones. And that's for the lower area.
Yeah, it doesn't speak to that in a great deal of detail.
What are their augmentation responsibilities for any harm to the river?
Yeah, so, you know, in terms of the exempt well permit, were they to obtain one, which, you know, there's been no application and there's no existing exempt well permit at this point in time, there'd be no obligation to augment. In terms of the direct diversion water rights that they have, if they're historic and senior in line, there's no obligation. If they're more junior in line and someone who is more senior in line calls them out, there's an obligation to curtail. In terms of augmentation, nothing that they've presented here presents an augmentation obligation unless they were to go in to court and say, hey, I want to make sure that I can divert this year round, even if there's someone more senior in line. And then that obligation would flow from that.
So without any hydrology information, we don't know if there's any harm to this use to the river that would then create augmentation problems for the rest of the community.
Yeah, I mean, what is existent and has been presented is water rights that ostensibly probably have been operated in this way, because otherwise there might have been an injury analysis or a call out and an augmentation plan developed. If there's a change, we'll see. You know, in terms of those existing water rights, it's the division engineer's obligation to look at that injury analysis. That's not something that the county has the bandwidth or the ability to do. In terms of the exempt permit, it's off the table.
I think this is irresponsible development, personally.
What was that?
And I'm not saying the specific project. I'm saying the scheme with which we have to make decisions about development in Picken County is irresponsible, and our hands are tied in ways that are detrimental to the community, and it really bothers me. Yes.
And it could be getting worse.
If I could go
Go ahead.
through, actually want to go through the discussion item list, which maybe is all I need to talk about. The legal water supply thing, they're already approved for 3 houses there. They can do the well for that. That already would happen no matter what. So doing a well for the arena instead of for 3 houses, it's the same, it's a wash. In my mind, I have no issues with the water right thing, like Kelly brought up, but I'm okay with it. The CDU, EDU thing for the barn, I understand why you are doing that, and that's fine with me to do that, because it eventually will become an EDU within 3 years, no matter what. So that gives the owners a little bit of leeway in that issue, and gives them an ace in their deck for doing the application for the other thing. I'm okay with the winter plowing of the Angus Lane. I wish it didn't have to be 20 feet wide. I wish it could be 16 feet wide, but I'm okay with a 20-foot one. I don't know how wide the road is now anyhow, but the deconstruction plan for the Red Barn is fine with me. When you're driving up Prince Creek Road, to me it's kind of an eyesore anyhow, and I mean there will be a smaller structure, considerably smaller structure built there, but it's not going to be as obtrusive as that one is. And I do remember going to the AVLT land dance there at least one year that was really a fun event in that space. But
Dusty.
that was one of the best land dances I think they maybe had.
I agree.
But that will not be possible with that being gone, but I'm okay with their plan for the Red Barn. I'm going to skip the TDRs for a moment and go to F, the riding arena. I'm fine with the riding arena. To me, I was involved in the Linda Cameron's application on that Moon Run Ranch on Snowmass Creek, and this whole riding arena is not going to be visible, whereas the one, Linda Cameron's one, is like right in your face when you're driving on Snowmass Creek Road. So this, to me, is a much better application than the one on Snowmass Creek was. And I think it's a good location for putting the riding arena, and I'm not really a horse person. I gave up horses a long time ago and replaced them with a ATV Honda Rancher. Does everything I need to do, but that's beside the point. That I'd rather have the land be kept as a ranch for something. I'd rather, or something other than horses, but that's their prerogative.
Steve, could I add a little bit to Steve saying about the barn, or about the riding arena? One of the things Karen Reed brought up in her letter was the lighting. I don't know if she had information that we understood there would be minimal lighting at night for activities that needed to go on. Our concern was full lit barn at night. And so I think that addresses, her concern was for safety, people needed to attend to the horses, and we did agree to low-level lighting. It's my understanding in the barn at night for those maintenance kind of operations.
Yeah,
but not full event with full lights, and so I just wanted to clarify that.
But that's a different barn than the one he's talking
Yeah, I need to clarify as well.
No, I'm talking the riding
yeah.
arena.
Yeah. Okay, but he wasn't, but that's okay. It's fine.
Yep.
Let's go on. So are you finished, Steve?
Well, the TDRs, I was going back to the TDRs. So the Lot 5 and Lot 6, I'm fine with doing a TDR on those. The Lot 3 is the one I've been struggling with. When you look at the whole package, the fact that they are giving up 6 house sites with 45,000, what was the figure, 45,000 square feet or whatever that figure was. That's right. That you had up there, Glenn. You're giving up a lot of square footage. They could put the horse arena somewhere else on the property and still build 7, 8, and 9 houses. So to me, they are giving up 6 house sites. Then the Lot 3, that makes the decision on the Lot 3 to me actually easier. I like the fact that it would not have a house put on the irrigated ag land there. To me, that's a positive. If all those other things weren't in play, I would think I would be opposed to a TDR for Lot 3 because they could just scoot the house back on the lot a little bit and build a house there, and it wouldn't be the visual impact from on the scenic view plane. But I would be willing to do 3 TDRs given that they're giving up 6 houses and not just 3 houses. I think there's going to be some disagreement from other commissioners, but I want to put in my 2 bits on that first.
Thank you, Steve. Greg?
Am I next?
You are.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate all the detail that which we're looking at this with. I'm sorry we didn't get the Karen Reed letter sooner. Only because I don't know enough about any of this to be able to really understand everything she's saying. I guess the biggest concerns I have are, it just seems as if we're trying to walk a fine line between a commercial property that will have events but really not enough events to really be considered commercial property. And I'm having trouble with that. You know, we're looking forward to building a retreat house and inn, but we're really not a commercial property. And you know, we're going to have kids groups and veterans groups and all the really good feel-good things that are being proposed. And those will certainly add car trips and bus trips and van trips, and but we're still not going to be a commercial operation. It's a community benefit on one hand because it's doing something healing for the community, but it's not really a community. You know, there are too many disconnects here. I'm having trouble processing that. So I'm still stuck on that. With the we're going to go with the CPW recommendations where they fit for us, but we're not going to go with them where it's not convenient. I have trouble with that. Regarding the road, I know in Karen Reed's letter she talked just about access and safety access around the entire building, things that are really practical and necessary for operating a horse facility. And I'm worried that this design doesn't consider everything that she brought up. Not that you would have to, but maybe she's saying some things that make sense that ought to be considered. Getting back to the TDRs, I still wonder, where do the TDRs go? That's always the question. I think these are appropriate places to put houses, quite honestly. So I was thinking maybe a TDR, maybe one, but I think it's pretty interesting that if we're getting proposals that say the only way we can make this place work is if you give us enough TDRs to finance it. Of course, we don't know what a TDR will be worth when they sell it. I guess they're assuming it's going to sell for a lot of money. I'm having trouble with moving development from one place to another, and I'm not convinced this is really going to reduce the amount of traffic or increase public benefit. I do appreciate the 125 acres of conservation easement. That's just the right thing to do, and it makes sense to me. So I'm still trying to process this. So the jury's out for me. I don't have a suggestion yet, but that's where I am.
Thank you, Greg. Kelly?
I think I've given a lot of my comments related to the TDRs. I would approve one for lot 6, but not 3 and 5.
Patty, did you have more you want to?
No, but for my TDRs, I would approve them for lot 6 and not for lot 3. That's the one where we can set it back, right, Leslie? Reduce the roof size and set it. So that would be 5.
Presuming.
Right. And so I would do the 2, but not the 3.
That would be 5 and 6.
5 and 6, and not 3. And I did have a lot of concerns about the road, Greg. Remember that I was one that brought it up, and I understand there's safety issues on using the higher level road that goes, but it also goes right by their house, which of course they don't want the traffic going by their house. You can understand that, but yeah, if we're trying to protect that winter range, and then we're going to be running cars up there, and that's where Kelly's point comes in really significantly for me with construction management. How many trucks are we going to have being running up there? Because building a 20,000 square foot barn doesn't happen overnight. It will take more than one winter of activity, I would imagine. But so that's pretty much. I could move this forward, but not with the 3 TDRs, with the 2.
Okay, the lighting in the barns, sorry, I was thought we were talking about something else, so let's talk about that if you want.
Steve was referring to F, which is the riding arena,
Okay.
which is the one I was talking
Okay,
about.
so do you want to talk about the lighting?
Well, no, but Karen Reed was concerned that it was gonna be, she thought we said no lighting at night, so it'd be dark.
Yeah.
But our thing was no lighting at night, which lit up the sky. It could be used for regular maintenance that had to happen in the riding arena, or tending to the horses, that kind of stuff. It would be a low level. We said that could be accomplished, correct? Be a low level light. It wouldn't be the full blown lights are on in everybody's home.
Yeah.
So I think that addresses
Yeah,
the
I
key
think,
point.
yeah, I think we want to be careful not to be too draconian about how much light they can have if they're really gonna have 24 horses in there.
They're gonna have
They're
to
gonna
have
need some light.
We need light.
Yeah, yes,
Headlamps only go so far.
go.
I want to really clarify that because, you know, building code is going to require exterior lights on every door. I mean, that's building code. My biggest concern in bringing this up initially with the P&Z was the size of the riding arena, not the 24-stall barn, but the riding arena. And the way the riding arena has been designed is to take advantage of sunlight during the day. And so there's a lot of windows and openings on the riding arena. And that was my biggest concern, is that if you have an entire wall of windows versus a regular
Right.
building that has a window here and a window there, that was my concern. And I think we came to some language in the resolution about the lighting. No one liked my idea of curtains.
No, we didn't like your idea of curtains. We were afraid the horses would not agree with the plaid that you picked out, so.
Blinds of some sort.
Yeah. Or, you know, like automatic blinds.
Expensive
like that.
curtains, my
So
God.
the applicant agreed that the lights in the riding arena would go off at dusk.
In the arena, but
In
they
the
could
arena.
still have lights in the stall area
Yes.
for whatever they needed to
Right,
do
and
with.
that's where your CDU is, and that's where you're gonna have a lot more doors, egress,
And I
access,
think
and
that,
things like
to me, it attends to Karen Reed's comment about you can't have them shut all the
Safety.
lights off.
I still think that's pretty severe.
Well, no, I don't,
Dusk
because,
is like 4:30 in December. It's still working time.
Well, and it was represented to us that the horses go to sleep at 3, so they go to bed.
But then they wake up
They go to
again.
bed.
they have nap time.
Excuse
But
me?
if you've driven
do
by
that
some
one
of
more
those,
night a
Mindless
week?
before we go on, or did you want to talk about the lighting?
The lighting, yes.
Okay. All right, go ahead.
I guess
I
was
think
done.
we should put in language that if the arena is lit at night, that the windows have to be screened to block the light.
So we've already agreed that the indoor arena, the lights will go off at dusk.
And they're
Sarah
okay
is
with that.
fine with that operation, practice. She has the horses get weird at night, you're not riding them that much, they might not go to sleep, but they're brought inside at dusk, even in the winter. These horses are brought inside at dusk. You're not, we've agreed to that in the indoor arena. The barn, bring to low lighting, but the lights will have to go back on for night check, all of those things. So the barn and the arena are two totally
Right.
different things.
So my thought is the next owner wants to have the lights on in the arena.
They gotta
at
come
night.
back to
They gotta come back to us and
they
we
gotta
can
come
say
back to
no.
you. Yeah.
And the reason I'm bringing this up is, I don't know how many of you have seen the lettuce growing greenhouse down by Silt at night?
I have.
Be bright, huh?
The thing is lit up like Grand Central
Yeah,
Station.
I mean,
Yeah,
And
but
we
they've had to
don't,
adjust
we
that.
don't want anything at
No.
all
Sarah
resembling
and
that
Brendan have
in
no
Pickens
interest in
County.
that.
That's because lettuce doesn't go to sleep at dusk.
But they could have, Garfield County Commissioners could have required that they screen the whole thing like we did with the
Yeah,
marijuana growing
Garfield County
operation.
Commissioners, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
I-
that's why I bring it up.
On the lighting?
Well, just on the lighting, I agree. At some point, Sarah's gonna have an incredible offer from the veterans group or a bunch of school kids who wanna come in and see a night display of horsemanship or something. You know, and they're gonna change they're gonna, gosh, why did we do this? Why did we put this limit on ourselves with our beautiful big barn? We can't turn the lights on at night?
No,
That
the
doesn't seem
barn can have
practical.
the lights on.
Arena.
You know, if
Talking
she's,
about the arena.
if she's okay with the arena with no lights, then she's okay with it.
But
Why
then
would
one
we
of
not be
the
okay?
hands come in and he wants to see what
Then
he's
she'll
doing.
have to come back and
We'll have
appeal to
flip
us
all
to
the lights
change it.
on. I'm just trying to think it just doesn't seem practical to
Not
me.
It
to
is
mention
more
dragging
practical
it.
than putting shades in an extremely dusty indoor arena.
There's a
So-
barn up there now that has 3 big
That's where we
bays
are.
that are lit up at night. It's wide open and it's lit up at night.
Doesn't
so,
bother you?
It shocked me the first time I saw it, and then when I realized what I was seeing, at first I wasn't sure what I was seeing. When I realized what I was seeing, okay, they're working in there, and it's a lot of light, but
Can I remind the board of something, Francie? The board has been talking about night skies and adopting this resolution. This flies totally in the face of that. again, if the applicant is okay by turning off the lights in the arena at dusk, then why would we not say fine? If they change their mind in the future, they'd have to come back and justify it in one way or another. But right now, they're willing to live with that. So-
All right, I'm gonna move on with my list.
Go ahead.
Go beyond lighting here. Winter plowing, yes, I support winter plowing on that road. I agree with Steve, I don't see why it has to be 20 feet wide. I'd like to know what the total square footage of buildings is. I'd like to know the square footage of the arena and the barn and all the other buildings that are mentioned in the proposal but not allotted square footage to. And then I also want to know the square footage of the houses that are not being extinguished. 10, 11, 10, 11, and is there one more? One. Right? So could I have those numbers? I'm sure you have them.
As far as what's not being extinguished, there's 7,500 for 10 and 11.
Each.
Yeah, each. And for the main house, this one here where Sarah and Brendan live, that one's approved for 12,000, I believe. That was the Danzinger's house.
Which it's not now.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not.
But that's what the Ty Bar subdivision approved.
Right. How big is that house now? The current house, does anybody know?
I
2,500
don't know,
or
but
something?
it's probably, 3,000.
Okay, so there's 12,000 in one. I think it's one. Is that one?
No, that one's, I can look,
Lot two.
Two? Okay.
yeah,
And then
2.
7,510 and 7,511, and what's lot one? What is that? Is that a residential lot?
Lot 1 is Emma's house that's not part
Oh,
of
it's
the property.
Okay, but then you said a guest house a minute ago.
On lot 11.
11, they have no plans yet. Maybe it'll be a kid's house. It could be, a house for a guest that's staying at the ranch. The idea is that the guests will be in their retreat. There's no plan at this time for what happens on lot 11.
Well, what could the square footage, because I wrote that down too, lot 11. What could the square footage of a guest house?
7,500.
75, another
Yeah.
75?
And 4 is 7,500,
And 10 is 7,500.
and 10 is 7,500 right now. That's
Okay.
what's approved.
All right. So we're talking about a hell of a lot of residential property up there. And 3 of the lots that you're talking about vacating are actually being filled in with way more square footage of building, although different building. There's something about the glossiness of this and all the incredible square footage that's being extinguished, but then I look at what's not being extinguished, and to me, it's not in keeping with the character of that neighborhood at all. So a 12,000 square foot house, a 7,500 square foot house, another 7,500 square foot house, and the possibility of another 75 square foot house, all of which might include a guest lodge of some kind. And so that's concerning to me. And the fact that then in addition we have all of this commercial building, which is not agricultural. Horses are not agricultural. So we're talking about 20,000 square foot. Is that the barn or the riding arena?
That's the riding arena.
And how big is the barn?
Mine is 17,000 square feet.
Okay, so
The barn?
this is influencing my generosity about TDRs. The look of this place, which I don't think is in keeping with the neighborhood. Even if I didn't live in the neighborhood, I would be like, wow, that is a whole lot of development and a whole lot of commercial stuff. It's not a ranch to me, it's a commercial operation, so I just had to get that out.
Can
And then I have a question about the bike rest area being proposed. It's only like a couple hundred yards from the parking lot, so why do people need to stop and rest right up the road from where they got out of their car?
I can speak to that.
Okay.
One of the guilty parties that stopped in their driveway until they were our client and said, don't stop in the driveway. Basically that is they have on camera how much of a rest stop that is. So it's both as you're traveling up and you're traveling down. So mountain biking, you know, two things happen. One, you've geared up in the parking lot, and then you got on the trail.
And you have to make an adjustment.
Something happened, right? It's either to your helmet or your clothes or your bike. We go in groups of however many, and we won't go that far, and then we'll stop and take a break. And so when you're on a mountain bike trail, wherever you can kind of stop and take a break, and the group regroups, right? So that, there's no other spot. That's the first one. You keep going up Prince Creek. You know, the next one is right up around the gate, and you kind of stop there and you regroup. So, like, it's a absolute stopping point. And frankly, what they're proposing to put in is perfect, and it's awesome, because all you need is that pull-off, but don't be in their driveway. So it's exceptionally useful.
Well, I've ridden the Kokopelli about 10 times, and little shaded pullovers with tools, they don't exist there. Would have been great. Okay.
Wouldn't it be great?
Francie, can I just back
So-
up just a minute to your square footage?
Yeah.
You said the barn is 17,000 square feet.
Right.
Yeah,
Which, okay,
Andy
which
can go
barn?
through all these numbers for
So
you.
it is actually in the application on the architectural exhibit, but there's a 20,000 square foot indoor riding arena. That's the subject of the commercial GMQS because of the way the land use code is written.
Right.
But there's another 28,000 square feet of barns that are like hay barn, the covered
Oh.
ground pen, the equipment
And you're
area.
talking about taking out the red barn and putting in 2,500 square feet of new facility for storage or whatever?
That's, so down by Prince Creek
Right.
Road, that's one of those.
Okay, I thought we were having another 17,000 square foot barn somewhere on the
You have a
property.
20,000 square foot barn with 24 horse stalls.
No, that's the riding arena.
No,
I-
it's not.
Yes, it is. The arena itself is 20,000 square feet, period, still.
Yes, but then the
And then
barn.
the stall barn next to it, 24 stall barn, that is 17,000 square feet.
That is a whole
Oh,
nother
yeah.
barn.
So
And then,
Yes.
and then.
37.
To be clear.
And then there's a hay barn and an equipment area
Okay,
and a
okay.
covered ground.
Thank
pen.
you, Francie.
So all of
I
that
thought the whole
stuff adds
facility
up
was
to
20,000.
28,000, which they could put somewhere else, like to Steve's point, on the property, you know, like that's by right
Right.
theoretically.
And then there's also the
That
small
water.
barn,
Where the
relatively
red barn
small
is.
barn down by the employee housing where the red barn currently is.
Yep,
And that's how big?
2,500, not,
Okay.
there's no floor plans for that at the moment, but that's the like approximate goal.
Thank you, Francie, for,
Yeah.
Yeah, and the point is, the barns are by right on this property because of the size.
right, I know
I
how
mean,
that.
of course, they would have to get a site plan approval, all of the other, but like just that floor area isn't the subject of the request specifically.
Well, yeah, but when Francie's trying to say you're taking away this much residential floor, which is great, but you're adding in, even though it's by right, a lot of square footage.
Adding and retaining about 90,000 square feet of covered structure, by my math. Is that right?
And retaining, I don't know the number those. I mean, the adding is the 48,000 that I just gave you, 28 plus the 20.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay,
I
so
I
anyway,
was
that's
putting it all
90,000 square feet of of roof is something. The red barn demolition, I don't find it an eyesore, Steve. I drive by it all the time. I think people in the area are pretty used to it. I don't think it's an eyesore. But, you know, if you've sold it and it's gonna be repurposed, that's fine. How many neighbors got notice of this? Is it just people who actually touch the property, neighbors who actually touch it?
No. The noticing of this was anybody within 300 feet of the entire property boundary. 3 signs were posted on Prince Creek Road at each of the entrances.
Entrances, yeah.
And then this was also put in the paper. As well, we referred this application to the Crystal River Caucus. I tried to refer it to the 2 HOAs in the neighborhood and couldn't find anybody to refer it to.
For Stark Mesa and Handy Drive?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and remember I asked you to help me find somebody, and the person who we had on file for Handy Drive is no longer, couldn't find them.
Oh, really?
I reached out to Crystal River Caucus twice.
Interesting.
We'd like to have some feedback. This is a pretty big proposal. We'd like to know what you think.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
How interesting.
And then, you know, we referred to the fire district and engineer and all our typical referrals. But Christopher Vakakis is our standard referral for anything up the Crystal.
And you got no response?
No response.
I've often gotten no response. Okay. The roof runoff for water supplementation, is that limited to the 50-gallon barrel, or is it dependent on how much square footage your roof has? Is that every roof up there is going to collect water, or how does that work?
I think you're allowed to collect water from every roof.
Well,
the state.
but there's a limit on how much you can.
Yeah, it's size and per lot.
Yeah, if we're talking about rain barrel, again, it's the state and you have no control over it. This is not a fun mantra for me, by the way, just to clarify. You know, if you're looking at something else, I can tell you I'm not.
I was just in the proposal, and I was wondering how much water they thought that would be generated by that, because I know that there's been concern about enough water to keep the property green over the years. So I just didn't know whether we were dependent on this roof water to.
No, I mean, our plan was just, you know, what the state limits were, and I've been really clear with Brendan and Sarah that, you know, it ends up being really just a supplemental, like, you end
Like
up
keeping the dust
being-
down or washing the horses?
No,
or
not even. No,
Smaller,
yeah,
okay.
I mean, it's, we're gonna be able to water some of the, you know,
Potted plants.
planters around and probably some of the trees in the courtyards around the barns. That's
Okay.
the scale of the water you
Okay,
can
great.
collect.
So
It's-
you're not
it's very
dependent
minimal.
on it?
Absolutely not.
Okay. Okay, I guess that takes me to the TDRs. So Lot 6, it's really hard for me to imagine they're allowing a house to be built on Lot 6. It's right smack in the middle of their operation. So I find it a little bit disingenuous that we have to give them a TDR not to sell a piece of property that's right in the middle of their operations that they're not going to sell anyway. That's a hard one for me to swallow. I mean, if I bought that place, I could see maybe selling lots 3 and 5, but lot 6, no way. I mean, it's right there. It's right smack in the middle of everything. So, but in terms of well, it's in the, I forget what that boundary land is called around the winter concentration.
Quarter-mile buffer.
The buffer zone. Yes, it's in the buffer zone, but so is the entire barn and arena and everything. So to say that they should get a TDR for that lot because it's in the buffer zone, but be allowed to build 48,000 square feet of horse barns and stuff within the buffer zone, that doesn't make any sense to me. Like, I don't really get that. And so if you're going to respect the border zone, the buffer zone, then respect it, but don't manipulate it so that you can get a $2 million TDR.
Can I understand that a little better?
So the buffer zone comes
No,
around.
I get the buffer zone. I thought the placement of the house was more down the bluff.
Lot 6?
Yeah.
It's right in the buffer zone. So the concentration area comes right up to it, and a little corner is in it, but it's right smack in the buffer zone. So it's right there.
Right, but
But so are the barns and
is
everything.
that over the edge? You know, is it on the mesa or over the
No,
edge? of
lot
the
6
mesa?
is in the gully.
Yeah, that's what I
It's
thought.
an extension of the draw.
Mhm.
And it's really at the mouth of the gully that goes up into the winter concentration area.
Right.
But, you know, we've studied extensively lots 7, 8, and 9 and the impacts of residential development as compared to the riding arena and barn in that location. And if there's any desire to hear from Jonathan about that, he's here and can speak to it. It's been all been reviewed by John Groves and Parks and Wildlife, and due to the way our site plan is set up, it's less impactful than having 3 residential houses in that location.
See, here's the road, Kelly, that goes up from the lower area, and it goes right through the edge of lot 6.
Yeah, I guess I thought the elevation of it was much lower than the area where the barn is.
Oh, it is.
Yeah,
It
okay,
is.
thank you.
It is. So that to me is a little concerning, that at one point we have to really respect the buffer zone by extinguishing this lot and getting a TDR for it. But on the other hand, we're building 48,000 square feet up there with trig trucks coming and hay trucks and the whole thing. Uh-huh.
Yeah, I think the other concern, Francie, though, is the winter concentration area with Lot 6. You don't have that in your face like you do with where they're putting the barn.
Say that again? I didn't get
The
that.
winter concentration area
Yeah.
is right there at Lot 6 in your face, and the transfer of the ungulates
Yeah.
through there.
It was a specific recommendation from John Groves to extinguish the development right on Lot 6.
And that came along with the no snow plowing.
Right, and they didn't do that with the barn and the riding arena area.
And one of John Grove's comments about Lot 6 versus either 7, 8, 9 or the riding facility is that, you know, I can't comment on whether a house would be built there or not by either the Dorans or by somebody else. But if you built a house there, since it's immediately adjacent to the winter concentration area, that zone of influence that extends out there will actually result in indirect habitat loss directly of the winter concentration area versus the zone of influence that it results from the riding facility will not, because it's sufficiently back within the buffer. That's the difference.
100 yards there.
What about your other ones?
Lot 3 and 5, thank you, Jonathan.
Yep.
Lots 3 and 5, does anybody else want to talk for a minute so I can just think a little more?
You're welcome to call a break if you need one too. We have been at it for a little while. I'm not sure there was anything else to talk about. I didn't have anything on my list. That's why I don't know where to help you.
If I were to talk, I'd come back just to the lighting and what I think is a practical situation. You know, I know Brennan and Sarah really want to see this thing happen, and so they're going to tell us what they think we want to hear. Everybody does that. That's just how the game is played. I remember when we were asking how the hands would get around, the people working the ranch would get around. Brendan offered that they'd all ride bicycles, and so I'm just having trouble. It's like, yeah, that's a really wonderful aspiration, but ain't gonna happen on a cold winter night when they need to get up and take Hales of Bay or some,
Hales of Bay.
Hales of Bay, bay leaves. So I'm just.
Those aren't very water friendly either.
Yeah, I'm
So
thinking
they're
about
already
getting.
doing that.
Right.
Just to throw it out
They're
there.
just gonna do bicycle.
They're already on bicycles.
They're already on bicycles, okay.
Probably electric.
I have a neighbor who just built a beautiful big house, and it has floor-to-ceiling windows. And when he turns the lights on, it lights up the entire valley. And he has beautiful big blinds that he can close that will control that to some extent, but it doesn't always happen, and sometimes the lights get left on, and, you know, the house is a lantern. And I just can't see the practicality of us making a draconian rule, as Francie points out, that the lights have to be off by 4. I can't imagine everybody who works there and owns the place or visits understanding the logic of that and following it. And so regarding the lighting, I'd rather get back to the thing and say, yeah, keep the big wonderful windows, come up with a way to block them at night so you're not broadcasting, you're not creating a lantern for the landscape. That makes much more sense to me than saying we don't really enforce things, but we're going to count on you to turn the lights off. And they're going to get busy some afternoon or some night, and it won't be convenient to do that. And so why create that disconnect, the cognitive dissonance of a stupid rule? You know, I just don't understand why would we create that. So that's my issue with the lighting. Then we can get back to Francie's TDR issue, but you may want to say something about lights and windows.
You want me to finish
I know
it up?
what, Heather, I know what you said previously. I heard what you said.
Yeah, and
They promise they're never gonna turn the lights on after 4:30. Why make them
mean,
promise that?
I think there's also the basis of complaint, so if their staff isn't following the rules on a consistent basis and we see complaints, right? Like you would lodge a complaint against your neighbor when he lights up the whole valley.
I hate doing that.
Shut your blinds, you know? And
The
again,
bathtub's
it's,
right there,
it's
the
as
window.
if, it's when it can't be resolved, right? So if the neighbors are able to call up and say, hey, like 3 nights in a row, you guys have been leaving this on. The whole idea is, you're right, we're not supposed to do that. Let me make sure new employee Joe, you know, knows, or Sarah, you know, knows they're supposed to turn this stuff off. So, you know, Sarah has not, this is all related to the indoor riding arena. She's never characterized that as draconian. Only because it generally follows the operations anyway, and it, you know, she does not practice being in the arena and doing all that lifesmanship after dark. It's just not. So
I'm just
if we
thinking
want to
of
get rid of it, I mean, that's
dragging
fine
it,
too.
you
So
know what I
I'm
mean?
not sure what you guys want from them. So if you want to remove that,
No.
that's great. But we were doing it in response to, I think, some pretty critical components around night sky.
I think there's a
right?
mechanical solution that would solve the problem.
Then what happens if somebody doesn't shut the blinds? I mean, if you can't turn off the lights, can you shut the blinds?
And blinds
I
in
don't
an
know.
indoor arena are
Really expensive for a 20,000 square foot.
And then they'd have to replace them, and then it'd go to the landfill. Francie doesn't want that to happen. And I will not support a night sky if we aren't trying to get people to turn off their lights.
I just think it's really early. Dusk is early. That was my only thing. I mean, after they use an arena all day, they're gonna wanna drag it, and they're gonna wanna straighten it up and fix things, and, you know, and so to have to walk out at 4:30 in the winter, and I do think that indoor arenas are used in the winter. If you have an indoor arena, that's why you have an indoor arena.
I didn't say they stopped. I said they
It's
were
less,
they
yeah.
were, and they're not at night. I mean, generally you're just not doing a ton
Yeah,
at night.
okay. I just want to say that I certainly want them to proceed with their dream here, and I'm not trying to obstruct that. But I am really concerned about people who plan, they buy a piece of property, they plan what they're going to do with it, and then they tell us that they can't afford to do that unless we grant them TDRs, which they can sell to support their operation. So I'm a little burned out on that. Like, I don't think that TDRs were ever designed to support somebody's commercial operation, and that's a concern to me. So, Steve, why don't you go ahead?
Can I make you feel better?
What?
It's not part of the criteria either.
No.
So you don't need to consider it.
So a couple of thoughts
It's
about.
also for fencing issues, which are
about
part of.
Riding arena and TDRs. I was in Linda Cameron's riding arena at night. It was lit up because it was for a Christmas party for the neighborhood. And people were going in there. It wasn't horses in there, but it was lit up for people to go in there. So I could see where they would sometime want to have that lit up at night.
I was the architect of that one, and that was actually a requirement of the application, was that she hold neighborhood events and open it for neighborhood events. It was actually a condition of approval.
Really?
So that just,
So I mean, I would feel much more comfortable to say that if the arena is going to be used at night, that it has to have shades over the windows.
but as far as I know, there have not been any problems or complaints with lighting in that arena on Snowmass Creek Road, which is much more visible.
Well, there are no windows in the arena part that I recall.
Oh, there are
Or
windows.
maybe they're low.
Trust me.
Maybe there are low ones, I can't remember. Also, in that arena, it's not dusty in Linda Kemmer's arena because she has a special
fancy stuff.
rubberized stuff that was really amazing, and it's not dusty at all. I have no idea what it was, how much it cost, but.
It's dust-free sand mix.
And it was
Yeah.
really
It's like
good for
It's like a mixture of
horses.
chopped up old textiles
Yeah.
and rubber.
Yeah.
But,
Then
yeah, so-
another thought on TDRs, totally unrelated to this one, but I was just talking with Tom Barron, who was talking in general about the TDR program with me, and he received a TDR. He gave up about $10 million worth of value on a property on the backside of Aspen Mountain in exchange for TDR when he sterilized it. He cannot sell his he's tried to sell his TDR, he can't sell it right now.
Interesting.
So there's, you know, this $2 million thing that ain't happening right now. Maybe it'll happen again, but I think that you would have to start lowering the price of your TDR to get it to a point where someone's gonna actually buy it at this point already. So the value of TDRs fluctuates up and down, and people who be able to support their whole operation maintaining a ranch takes a lot of labor and a lot of, you know, sometimes money, as I well know, and it's just part of owning a ranch to me. I don't expect the community to support that necessarily. So there are 1, 2, 3 TDRs. They could get some money for them, but probably not enough to do all the things that they want to do, replacing all the fences and all of that.
I think the bottom line is we don't know. And
It's
nobody
not
knows.
a criteria that we consider when
No,
we're approving TDR.
The finances, the financial
Cost of a
aspect
TDR, that's
is
not-
like
we
Laura
don't
says,
think
it's
about it.
something we have no control over, but I can see
No,
it.
but it's been brought to us on more than one occasion that
But
they
we-
need that to preserve their historic
And I-
preservation,
right,
and this
but
or
pick-
that, and, you know.
But Pitkin County has no control over what the value of a TDR is.
So I would definitely move it, I would move it forward. I would approve 90,000 square feet of roof. And I'm not decided about the TDRs either, and Kelly says she's not ready to make a decision, so let's go back to Kelly.
Oh, I raised the two things that I think are crucial. I'm comfortable with how I feel about the TDRs. I'm not inclined to approve TDRs for lots 3 and 5, but I would for lot 6.
Mm-hmm.
1 for lot 6.
So if we took away the numbers on the TDRs and said, is it 1, 2, or 3 TDRs?
Yeah.
Where do you fall?
1.
You'd be 1. I would probably fall at 1.
Which one?
Yeah, but we're all saying
6.
1, but we're all saying a different one.
No, I'd probably say 6.
Oh, okay.
And I would just offer, couldn't they come back and re-request a TDR for lots 3 and 5 at a future time, like with site, instead of a site plan review, to say we don't want to pursue this site?
I think they could.
I don't think they would do that. What I'm wondering, Kelly, is how do you think that Lot 5 doesn't comply with the visually constrained lot TDR criteria?
I think there's other properties in that area that are already violating the visually constrained, and they're within very close proximity, that for a neighborhood character, it fits.
Okay, so you're saying because other parcels violate it, you don't really care if this one violates the criteria?
This is discretionary.
It's
Yeah,
discretionary.
I understand, but I disagree,
Using my discretion.
and I'm just letting you let it be known that I don't agree with you. We've been everywhere on Lot 5, and you can't build a house there without breaking the ridge line similar to the other houses that I've shown you. So, I understand it's your discretionary decision, but what you're saying is you don't care about the ridge line review in Prince Creek.
I didn't use those words, Glenn. Those are
Well,
your words.
I think that's the message you're sending.
Can I jump in?
Sure.
I still am going with 5 and 6. I think 6 because of the habitat area. I think 5 because of the scenic issues, the ridge line. And I understand where Kelly's coming from, but it's kind of like saying you shouldn't let another well in because the other wells have already encroached. So, there's only, I would rather not contribute to a problem that we have identified as a problem, and say, we're not going to continue in that vein, and give it, I think it makes more sense to not have development on Lot 5. and put another house in the face of people. It's on the other side of the road, and I just don't think we should continue that bad
We can
behavior.
do that without information related to water.
Well, no, yeah, but, and yeah, Kelly has a concern about information. Laura said, we can do all we want and talk all we want, but at the end of the day, they can still apply. And it says it, I loved it, it says, oh, and by the way, it's a permit, but you can't deny it. So you have to get a permit, that it's a matter of just filing the paperwork, which does, piss me off, but that's how it is.
It'd be great if that changes, wouldn't it?
Yeah, there's a lot of things we need to be keeping an eye on at the state level these days, obviously. But yeah, but I think putting a house on Lot 5 would just continue a bad behavior, and I don't want to be part of that. And Lot 6, I think it's a way to protect that winter range. Critical. So that's my defense of 5 and 6.
Yeah,
So I
Steve?
would agree, I mean, I said, I support the 5 and 6, the 3 was the one I was struggling with, so I could go with 2 TDRs for lot 5 and 6. And lot 3, now I do have a question, which I didn't go on the site, and I didn't go on the site visit, but are there any other sites on the ranch where, for instance, lot 3 house could be moved to way over somewhere else where along the road where it wouldn't be visible from Prince Creek Road and
Along Angus Lane, you mean?
along Angus,
Interior
around the
roads.
whole interior
Roads,
road,
uh-huh.
the loop road. And I mean, to me, it's like mostly irrigated ground, but maybe there is another site that the family
know-
could move a house to if they don't get approved for a TDR.
It's certainly possible to search the ranch and look for another site for Lot 3. The applicant's not proposing to do that, but it certainly is possible.
Yeah, would be the landowner's prerogative, but to me, that ought to be thought about anyhow by the landowner.
I think actually, given that piece of property, that Lot 3 is the most reasonable place to have a house rather than out in A or B area, which are open space agricultural fields and near the barns, and, it is up against Emma's and Dorothea's houses and
Maybe amendment.
basically on that corner above that
So
parking lot
if
for
I
the flying dog.
might point on what's on the screen right now, just as an example,
They'd have to tuck it back.
right there. The row of buildings, that looks like dry land, it's like a rock bar or something. To
Yeah,
me,
it's a huge slope right there.
That's steep, okay,
Yes.
it's just a flat
I
thing
know, it's
right
really
there.
hard to tell from those, but yeah, yeah.
Okay, that's why it's not irrigated.
Yep.
Okay.
That's why it's not aid.
And 3
You got
can
it.
accommodate a house, it just has to be resituated and redesigned to not
Could
break.
I make a motion?
It would be through
Hope
site
you will.
plan review.
Yeah.
If I were to make a motion that we approve this plan as presented, but with only 1 TDR, and leave it at that.
But what about, and with all the language that,
Well, the changes we've asked Leslie to
The
put
other
in,
language.
I'm
The
not gonna
will
recite them all right
contained
now,
is
but
And which
and the
TDR
fencing
site?
plan,
do I have to be specific about which TDR? 6? 6?
Yeah, otherwise.
Yes, because we're amending the subdivision plat, and so we have to know what goes away.
I would say, I would do it with, make a proposal that we give a TDR for 6 and approve it based on the discussion we've just had and the amendments you've been taking notes on, which I'm not gonna repeat to you. Do we need to articulate that? Yes.
I'll
but-
have some clarifying questions for you.
Yes, okay. But we need a second and then
yeah,
conversation before.
Kelly has her
Oh,
hand
no,
up.
it's okay, I'll wait.
Do we have a second for that?
I'll second it for the purposes of discussion.
Okay. You ready to discuss?
I'm not gonna support it, so I would
So
rather.
you're against it? Okay.
I would not support it. I think Lot 5 merits getting a TDR because I support the scenic view plane
No, Lot,
provisions of the land use code. And Lot 5 clearly qualifies for that on our land use code. I would support for 5 and 6 for the reasons given.
Okay, well, let's just clarify the motion that we have on the table. So
It's
we
for
have-
one TDR
It's for
per
one
lot 6.
TDR, it's for 6.
Yeah.
And you're seconding it, but
Seconding it,
you're
and I'm
not going to
saying
vote for it.
I
Okay.
will not support it when we vote for it, for that reason, because of lot.
I understand. Good, we're moving forward.
Do you have something to say?
No, I just think that the TDR thing should be sorted out before there's a motion on the table. I'm not prepared to approve this today.
At all.
Regardless of the TDR.
So you
Okay,
would vote
so
against the
let's,
motion.
Right, and I
Okay.
want you to know that.
So I've got 3 no's, so that one pretty much dies. I can withdraw the motion if that is what I need to do, or we can vote against it.
The motion's on the table. It should be
Okay.
voted.
so let's vote.
Or you could withdraw it either.
No, she said we're gonna vote on it, so.
So we're going to vote on it. All those in favor of the motion to approve the proposal with 1 TDR and the changes to the conditions 9, 15, Reso 6, and 2. And so all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed?
Nay?
Nay.
Okay, the
Nay
motion
to-
fails 2 to 3.
Okay, somebody
Do
else
you want to
try.
make a motion? To
No, I
continue
don't- I
this?
You
I
want
mean-
to continue it? Do you want
I mean, the
to-
thing is that I feel like I support overall the project. This isn't, I'm not trying to prevent the barn and the arena or any of that from being built. I think we do not have all the information in front of us to responsibly make this decision in the way that best benefits all of the community of Pitkin County, personally. And I've been clear about the information that I think we need to see. I will say related to the TTR in response to Glenn, I'm a little surprised. I feel like you and I have better rapport. I didn't love the way that I feel like you attacked me right then, but I will justify my position because I feel like the TDR program is broken. Quite frankly, I don't think a TDR for a house that's never going to be built is responsible approval of a TDR, is what I think, and I have the discretion to use that. So it's not necessarily for me pitting against what this TDR may approve and allow and what it won't, what will always in perpetuity prevent. Like, that's not the reality that I believe we're dealing with. I believe we're asking to pay for a monetary value of something, or to create monetary value out of something that was never going to be done in the first place. And I have a problem with that. And I think the TDR's program's broken. This is why we ask for TDRs on questionable chicken coops, questionable historic preservation. I'm sort of surprised this board hasn't put in a moratorium on TDRs until we sort all this out with the conversation taking place in the community. We haven't done that. I have the discretion to say no to it, and that's my reason why. So I don't want to, I'm not completely opposed to this project. I'm not a solid no under all conditions at any time forever. I think there are, there is a situation where I would be prepared to approve it, but I don't think we have the information to put all the conditions that I think would be responsible for this approval in the resolution today. So I'm not prepared to approve it today. So that's where I'm at. I think there's 4 members that are. So it's tricky because I'm the third vote for this TDR. However, I'm not the third vote on the general approval. So if there's a strategy to move forward, if the rest of the board wants to honor my third vote on how I would want the TDR to move forward, as you are all prepared to move forward today, that is an option that you can consider in.
So would you like me to make another motion?
Can I ask for a point of
However,
clarification? I just need
today. I'm a
She's
no.
finished, yeah.
I just need Kelly to clarify the exact information. I don't have a problem with, I do have a problem with continuing, but Kelly has some valid issues she'd like to see resolved. But I would like to see those clearly outlined so the applicant and staff know what further information we might want to be considering if we choose to continue this.
I personally think that if there's going to be effects on the Crystal River due to the hydrology of however a 400-foot well has to be developed, that we should know that because we are taking responsibility for solving that problem as a board anyway. So what additional problems may we be looking ahead by approving this? I think it's responsible for us to know that.
Can I look to Laura real quick? If the hydrology shows us something, we'd have to, we can't, I don't know how the state permitting process interferes with our ability to deny when they, I don't know the legal.
What I've heard from Kelly is
Just to clarify.
if she were to deny, it has to do with the discretionary basis of the application that's before her. In terms of additional information that an applicant could provide, that's not required, but applicants provide whatever information they think, affects the view of board members. In terms of what's required for a state exempt well permit, that's not.
So it's over here, and this is Kelly's question's over here.
But it plays
It's
into
about-
her determination
Right,
of
right,
whether
that's what I
this
mean.
has the value to Pitkin County that she's looking
Right,
at.
that's
And
what
I
I'm
think
supporting.
it sets up, are we as a board taking on a commitment to be part of a solution to a problem that they may be allowed to create, but we haven't defined that clearly? That's what I think is part of our responsibility as a board. It's
Well,
not,
I'm
it's
gonna
not necessarily an
support
implication of their rights as a applicant.
We
And
did that
maybe
with
there's
the
some conversation
distillery.
there about like, do we partner on a problem that we see coming down the road? Is part of what I, and I'm just concerned about the Crystal River. We are in active solution modes for problems on the Crystal River.
So what information can the applicant provide on this?
What I'm hearing, and I don't want to put words in anyone's mouth, so clarify if I've misinterpreted, is looking at groundwater impacts that could occur from an exempt well drilled at a location that would serve what's proposed to be served by what's anticipated to be an exempt well. And I think you hear what I'm saying there, Glenn, right? Like, there's no active well permit, there's a lot of information that's unknown. Certainly, an applicant would qualify for an exempt well permit on a 35-acre parcel. I think you can identify what 35-acre parcel you're talking about. Does that have consequences for the system as a whole? But if I'm not understanding
Yeah,
that
that's
I think
correctly,
that's,
And I agree with you, Kelly, that at some point, we have to take action about how many wells we're gonna permit in the Crystal River. That's why I'm going out and see the water engineer. Pretty sure I know what he's gonna tell me, but I'm gonna go do it anyway, because it's one lever that we could use to possibly stop drawing water out of the Crystal River aquifer. And this is a hard one, though, because I don't think we can prove what the effect of a exempt well, 35-acre exempt well permit will have on the neighbors and the aquifer and the river, which is quite far away. So,
And I don't know enough to know that.
yeah, so I don't know either. So it might be an unanswerable question, which might make it impossible for them to respond to, which then puts you in a position to what? Say no to the project, or?
I don't know, honestly. I don't want to say no to the project. I'm not like trying to look for reasons. I'm trying to take a very big development in an area that is constrained by a lot of factors and do it responsibly. That's my goal.
So may I also ask Laura, based upon the Carp New Hanlon letter that we received, which you only had like a nanosecond to review, do you think that based upon reviewing that letter, there's some questions that may come up that you could give me some questions and we could go back to the applicant's attorney and kind of get some of those answered?
what has been provided is a demonstration of legal water supply or the ability to acquire legal water supply. What I'm hearing concerns from the board is not necessarily legal water supply, it's physical supply. So the letter submitted speaks to legal supply. It doesn't speak to physical supply and attenuated consequences to diversions for what's proposed on the development. That, to me, one way to approach it would be to look at water engineering, but that is not the only way to approach it, certainly. The applicant could address concerns regarding resource, development in any number of ways.
so Leslie, is that not what we required at the distillery? With our concerns about the aquifer in the river, they had to come back with a
They did.
pretty in-depth hydrological report.
Yeah, but the permit, the well permit that they were going for was different.
It was different,
only
but
8
the information we
acres.
requested, our
Right.
concern, was my concern, was the draw off the
Mm-hmm.
aquifer in the river and a stretch of river that's dry, pretty much. So anyway, that's just food for thought. But I think Kelly had another.
Yeah, I just wanted to circle back because about the construction impacts for
Right.
December to April on the road, and how we, get CPW to weigh in on what are bounds for that. Like if the board's approving that it's going to be snow plowed, the road's going to be available. Construction vehicular traffic is not bound by the same 30 trips per day as typical use. So I think we should understand that better.
I'm glad you brought that up, because when we talked about the 30 trips or 28 trips that they think would be generated by having 3 dwellings up there, which there would never be, but if there were 3 dwellings up there, they say that would generate 28 trips. Well, those aren't great big huge hay trucks and all the other equipment that needs to come in. So it's a different kind of trip generation, and they treat it all the same. Like somebody driving up there in their Subaru is really different than somebody driving up in a hay truck.
Well, and I totally don't buy that there's 7.5 trips a day for the EDUs either, but
Yeah.
that's aside.
Yes.
Can I ask
Go
a
ahead,
question
Heather.
about water as well? So, there are sort of 3 conditions, though, correct? Aside from just drilling a well, there's a demand side to this. So we don't have a bathroom in the indoor arena, do we?
What do horses need?
They need a bathroom.
What'd you ask?
What do horses need?
So there's a whole demand side to this. So drilling an exempt well for the barn and an indoor arena as compared to 3 single-family homes, right? So there's a well, and then there's a demand side, like, calculation to this. So could we, and then beyond just, 7, 8, and 9, there is, and I'm not sure, I'm gonna bounce around a little bit, but I'm not sure what you meant, Kelly, around, like, lot 5 wouldn't be developed anyway. I mean, if we don't get a TDR, that could definitely be sold as a single-family home, right? So I wasn't sure what you meant by that. Maybe you can clarify in a minute. But, so then we also have, like, 3, 5, and 6 can get a well. They have a certain water demand. So for me, it's not just this, like, drill one well and have the hydrological influence of that. It's like what is being drawn from any of this water access in this proposal versus a subdivision also. So I want to make sure if we're giving you information, there's some pretty critical information there around the whole demand side calculation of this. And, a small EDU, I think there's maybe 1 bathroom in the barn itself, 0 in an indoor arena, 2, 0 in an indoor arena, 3 single-family homes, which are how big and would have how many bathrooms?
Like they're all having like
4,
5,
5, 4.5.
I mean, it's
That
it's
doesn't mean
insane.
they're all being used
Right, I
at
mean,
the
you
same
have to
time.
spray for dust and do all
That's
these
not
other
how you do
things,
demand
so
side
let's know what that
calculation for
is.
water, though. You do demand side
Yes, but I
calculation
mean,
for water
horses
with.
require a lot of water. They drink a lot of water, and I'm pretty sure at this facility, these horses would be washed pretty often.
Yeah,
With
so
the
but
hose,
that's what
bring the
I'm
horse
saying
out.
is, can we do more of this from a, like, demand side aspect of proposal in front of you, alternative proposal of a subdivision, right? And sort of look at it from that perspective versus, because this is a little out of our realm to say, doing the hydrological on the well,
You
but.
make a good point there.
Yeah, I'm
Would
fine
that
with how you
get-
present that.
Yeah.
We may need
Steve, are you trying to
hydrological
say
at
something?
some point.
Well, yeah.
Hey, go ahead.
I would agree with that because it's a Pickens County Board of County Commissioners approved subdivision exists. So doing a chart comparing 3 houses of X number of bedrooms with an estimated so many people using so many 100 gallons a day per person, that can be
weeks a
done.
year.
And then also probably have a little landscaping around the outside. They're probably gonna be, I don't know whether they're allowed to, but they,
It would be an exempt as well, so up to 1 acre.
For the, for
So
that,
some-
but for
some
the,
outdoor
for the
irrigation.
single-family houses.
It's true either way, wherever you put the exempt well permit
Yeah.
and whatever you use it for. It's up to 1 acre of irrigation.
Yeah, but he's
for
talking
an
about
exempt well.
individual houses,
so.
which
so-
don't have those
That's where they use
exempt.
their rain
So
barrels.
if Heather and Glenn could come up with a water demand comparison between the existing and the proposed, and I would add if there's any water saving features that you could think of, which look for the state of the art, how, for a horse barn facility, how do they use the water so they conserve water as much as possible? There might be stuff out there that I'm not aware of, but maybe you could find out. You could kind of do research on that as part of Kelly's thing, I think would be a good thing to look at.
Laura, let's clarify what the misunderstanding is. So I thought if it was a single-family house with a non-exempt well, that there was no outside water.
It depends on how they choose to permit it. I suspect that because they could wrap these lots into a 35-acre area, those 3 houses would be on an exempt well permit.
Oh, I see.
So you would likely get
Mhm.
1 acre of irrigation for those 3
I
houses.
see.
The same way you might get an acre of irrigation for what's proposed with an exempt well permit on this development. That's all very speculative.
And can I also just point out, which I raised in the last hearing on this, was, you know, just on the other side of the hill, they're trucking water up to the ranch, right? So they may find that 700 feet is way too deep to drill a reliable well, and they want to truck it instead, and then we get to talk about that. You know, like I
Let's talk about it now.
yeah, well, you know, I don't need to talk about a hypothetical, but I feel like there is more information for us to make a responsible decision that we should know.
Can we put a condition that if you don't find water, you can't truck it, you don't get to develop?
I don't know.
I'm not at a point to
That's
to say
really.
Trucking water
telling
is
people they can't
offensive.
truck in water? How can we do that?
Well, I'm
That's
just
like-
saying, if we can say, we're not gonna approve you because you're digging to 12,000 feet to find water. Yeah, I mean, I don't know, it's just throwing it out there, because Kelly is concerned, and I don't blame her.
There's just reality right in the surrounding area of this property. I'm not making this stuff up as like a theoretical, like we should just, you know, but these are the tough questions that in a water scarce west that we live in a valley it's immediately experiencing it, that I just think we need to be more.
I think the real question is not actually about water. It's actually about whether we as county commissioners feel that it's our prerogative to override state statutes about what water use is allowed.
We can't override
I'm not
state
I'm not
statutes.
saying that we have that prerogative.
But you're ready to deny this over and above what the state says they can do for
No,
water.
I'm not. I'm ready to, I want to understand what exactly are we getting ourselves into with this approval? Are we getting ourselves into further augmentation commitments to solve on the Crystal River down the road? Is this group willing to partner with us and on those solutions? This is the kind of stuff. Are they gonna have to truck water? What does that mean for residents of Prince Creek Road? How often? Where does it go? Where do they store it? I just think, these are responsible development questions about approving a development that is very large.
They're very large. I agree with that.
You know, we don't need to rush this stuff.
So, Francie, I'm gonna put a motion on the table to continue this, to answer the questions that have been provided to staff. I'm comfortable where I am to approve it tonight, but I think Kelly's got some valid issues she needs to resolve. So I'm gonna put a motion on the table to continue. Do we need a date certain? I do believe we do, because we'll continue the public hearing.
I'll second.
All right,
We need
let's
a
have
date
discussion
certain.
on that. I want to say something.
Okay.
I want to go back and change my thing about the annual review, because I would like to require an annual review or report.
however we want to word that, because I want to be a good neighbor to these people, and I don't want to be spying on them and trying to figure out what they're doing wrong and calling in and telling on them. I just don't find that a neighborly way to behave. So I would rather have it be official. Just have them come in and say, you know, we've had this many people come, we had fewer vehicle trips than we thought we were going to have, and blah, blah, blah. Because I know that the county operates on complaints, but I would rather have the county operate on self-reporting back to us, possibly with some oversight from ConDev, so that we can make an assessment without neighbors spying on each other.
Well,
So I'm changing my opinion on that.
Can I comment? The problem is that that's totally different than how many nights did you leave the lights on? That's the complaint issue that's gotta be driven by the neighbors. They're not gonna say, oh, by the way, we left the lights on 322 days out of the year.
That may be, but I'm just
But-
saying that.
Yeah, but
so-
my concern about having them, what I would like to see is pretty much what you said is, how did it work? How did it work? Come back with an annual report 1 year after
How much
they've been
water
up
are
in
we using now?
operation. What's that, Greg?
Just-
How much water are we
I'd add
using?
water if we're gonna ask for that report. I'd say, what's the water use?
Will we be able to track that?
Can we, should be able to,
Meter the well?
yeah.
Yeah.
Meters.
So
Maybe.
we need to have staff come back with some guidelines for what we would like to see. And do we do an annual review every year from now on, or do we do one after they've been up and running for a year?
Let's start with one.
So
Okay.
question for
I'm good
Leslie.
with that, Francie.
This is a special review permit, which they are required to do an annual report to you anyhow?
Not unless we
Unless we,
require it.
or we have to require it.
Right. The special review gives us the opportunity to check in every year, check in 1 year after they get their CO. Maybe, you know.
Yeah, I think that's better
It was
than.
kind of awkward with the solar
agree,
project and the Emma distillery, because they weren't done yet, you know, and so we were bringing them back in.
Yeah, after the CO.
A year after the CO is
Yeah,
issued.
when they're up and running.
Is that okay with everybody?
And we can decide at that annual
What is the
review
criteria
whether,
for the report, what's on our list? What are they going to be reporting on specifically? Do we
Well,
know?
you guys have, lights, number of trips, I threw in occupancy of the units, water use.
I don't know why lights, what are they gonna tell us? The lights were on, the lights were off?
Well,
You'll know if there's
well,
complaints,
they
but
could
those.
tell us whether or not they feel like they need to have their lights on more often or something,
right,
you know,
okay.
something like that.
Or if they're installing shutters to close the
could be
shutters
beautiful.
when they have a
I
night
want
event.
red velvet with gold
That's
trim,
another idea.
but
Little wooden
As,
loopers
how
on the
about
outside.
special, any special, event permits?
I do have a, condition of approval for special events in the resolution, and I think we said no special event. So they would need a special event permit from us. And, I believe what I
Up to 3,
said
maybe.
in here that no special events during those critical winter timeframes.
What kind of special events? I mean, I'm thinking about the Flying Dog, which had to come before the board many times to get permission to have special events, and all the neighbors weighed in, and now we're just saying,
no, we have.
Special events?
They have to have a special event permit for 3 events a year. After that, they have to come in for a special event venue, which is a whole different process.
so
What
what
is
are we
in-
saying about special events? How
What
can-
Leslie was saying is in the current draft, what it says in 14B
Thank you.
is no special events in the barn or riding arena from December 1st through April 30th. The county also has special event regulations, and so if there were to be special events, they would fall within those special event regulations, just like everyone else, from May 1st until November 31st.
But we just heard that they're required to do special events? That it was part of their,
Oh, that was a different property.
That was a
Totally
different
different
barn.
property.
okay,
That was one in Old Snowman, Steve's neighborhood.
okay.
We didn't get invited to that party, so. So that, my motion is on the table to continue to a date certain. I need a date to put into my motion, I do believe.
I mean, we're still discussing that motion because I'm not sure that it's a reasonable request for them to come back with a hydrology report, which is going to satisfy Kelly that this project is not an out-of-bounds draw on the Crystal River water. I'm not sure this is a question that they can answer, so I'm not sure we're imposing something that is beyond our right to impose. I mean, I don't think they can give us a study on what the effect on the Crystal River flow and aquifer are going to be from this property. I feel like we're putting unrealistic requests on the applicants.
Okay, I think a water engineer could tell us that. And I think if they come back and say, actually, we're not gonna drill this and we need permission to truck water.
But then again,
Then we
if
need to cite a storage facility for it.
But if I
I'd like to
don't
see
vote,
that in a-
vote to move it on, then we have to do something tonight, and we don't agree on TDRs yet, so.
Well, and that's up to, Steve and Patty, I guess, to say, well, you guys have your 3 votes on TDRs, we'll vote on that, but that's up to them.
So I've got a motion that I'm creating that is to continue this for the information that Kelly has requested, and I need a date certain. And I also need someone to second that motion.
Could we take 5 minutes and find a date certain and also use the facilities?
Of course.
Yes.
Yeah, let's take 10 minutes. It's 4:50, we'll be back at 5. Grassroots, we'll be back in 10 minutes. we are back in session. This is January 11th, and this is our regular meeting, and we're discussing the Turnabout Ranch. And I would like to make a request before we take Patty's motion to a vote, for Leslie to go over her list so that we can be really specific about what we've made a decision on and what we have not.
So my point is that if you are going to vote to continue, I'd like us to whittle down what we're coming back to you for and make sure that we're clear on what you need. Because you've talked about the discussion items, but some of you haven't weighed in
Right.
on whether it's.
You wanted to agree on them.
Yeah.
So let's do it.
Yeah, so I think we're clear, I think we're all clear that more information is needed surrounding legal water supply. Not legal water supply, what that looks like. We both have taken a lot of notes on that. I think we're good on that. Is everybody okay that the CDU in the barn remains a CDU at this point in time?
Yes.
Yes.
Until a certain period passes.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, the way
Right,
it's
3
written.
years,
As
if the retreat
discussed.
center doesn't come in, okay. Winter plowing on Angus Lane.
Yes.
Everybody's good with allowing winter plowing?
I am regrettably going along with it.
Greg?
Okay.
You're abstaining? How about you?
I'm a no on that one.
Okay. Well, tied into that, I will come back to you with the language that we're crafting around interior construction and CPW's thoughts around that. So we'll tie that into the winter plowing of the road.
Well, actually, I'd rather you didn't. I don't think they're related. Because I think the interior use of that road in the winter has to do with the fact that they're gonna have 24 animals up there. They're gonna have to be carrying stuff up there. They may have to take animals out. And as Steve pointed out, they're already there on the ranch. So for them to come out and be on Prince Creek Road and go all the way around and go up, especially since this road has been plowed and maintained in the winter forever.
Okay, she just
So I
talked me
think
into
they're
about
different
changing my
issues.
mind. I'm changing my stance
Okay.
No, wait.
on the plowing.
Wait. I think there's a huge difference between regular use of that road for the activities in the riding arena and barn. Top that off, with the activities of allowing construction is a different animal to me. Not a horse or a cow, but different animal. And I think we need to have information as to how, because we don't want construction trucks running up and down the road 14 times a day, picking up supplies, bringing in workers. We want to have it managed. That's why we have a
I agree with
construction
that.
management.
I
So
have
that's the
that.
stuff she's coming back with about the road.
I'm coming back to you with that.
That's what she's coming back with.
Okay.
Yeah, but that's still separate from whether or not the road is plowed.
I agree. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
sorry to confuse you. At
Okay,
such
so
a
let's
late-
be
I don't
clear.
get it. What are
Do
you
we
coming back
have
with?
3 or 4 agreements that the road can be plowed in the winter? Greg, you're a yes now? I'm a yes. You're a yes.
I'm a regrettable yes. I would
Okay,
like it
so-
not to be, but I understand.
But I am
the
coming
issue.
back to you with this construction time frame
Mm-hmm.
in the winter that the code limits. I will be coming back to you with language around that, so we can talk about
Okay.
that language
And
as
input
well
from
as,
CPW.
as well as CPW's recommendation
Okay.
on that, okay? Deconstruction plan for the red barn, that's being dismantled, that's being sold to someone who's gonna take all the material.
I
That
think
was,
we're good with it.
We're taking that on, we know that?
The applicant has put it in their application, so.
we'll ask for some verification documentation as that as part of the demo permit, we can do that? Okay. So that'll be new language in the, reso.
To tie it in with the demo permit.
Yeah. And then, you guys will continue your discussion on the TDRs. There was only one thing that Kelly said, that she wants more information about the TDRs. You kind of said that, and I wasn't clear what you meant by that. Okay.
I want to change mine from 6 to 5, though. I said I would support TDR on 6. I no longer support that. I want to make it 5.
Okay, so.
I know you wanted that you were writing that down.
But
so.
you're continuing that
I
discussion
know, I'm
anyway.
just saying that I said that, and
So
now,
she
please
said
amend
six,
what I
I think
said.
she said 6 and 5.
No, she did not.
That's what I thought she said at first.
And then the only thing
No,
with the ride,
definitely not.
the only other thing that you added toward the end was annual review with a report that will come a year after certificate of occupancy as an update of how things are going.
And we agreed to that.
And can I ask a question? Can I?
Of course.
And if you could come back with just some specific information as to what would be required in that report so we can vet it.
Sure,
and
yeah, the
on our
list of what,
continuous- Yeah.
because the applicant needs to know that too.
Yes, yeah.
Kelly has a question.
I will, about the TDR, the question I did raise is whether or not one could be issued later.
Oh, yeah.
Whether or not one could be issued later.
Okay.
You know, so if we say no TDR on lot 5 now, a different board could, the applicant come back and say, we want a TDR on lot 5. You know, here's the site we're envisioning, we think it's constrained, we'd rather have a TDR, whatever. I don't know if we're allowed to do that in this subdivision type
Yeah, so
of.
you couldn't restrict future board action
Mhm.
the way I think you're suggesting, unless there's some sort of enforceable covenant, restriction, etc. So if in the future you approved what's in front of you but denied a TDR on lot 5, certainly someone could come in the future and make an argument to a board at that point in time that it meets whatever the code speaks to at that point in time about TDRs, and that the value that board finds within its discretion that the value is such that they should take that action.
Yeah, okay. So anyway, when we do that, we're
So
not
that's a
precluding
yes,
ourselves.
right? That was a yes.
They could.
With conditions.
Yes.
So you don't have to give it now, because they could come and ask for it again later. Thank you.
Like a week after.
Well,
That was
wasn't how
all
proposed it.
those were the only clarifications that I needed you guys to make for me.
So do we have a date?
Do we have a date?
February 22nd.
February 22nd?
I have a question for Laura. Because water's an issue, and our issue with the state is something we don't have an awful lot of discretion over, can we demand there be a water mitigation plan in the case that the water simply isn't available? What if we have a couple dry years and the crystal dries up? What's their plan?
Yeah, so this is one of those things it's a really discretionary sort of application. You can't mandate anything. They're not obligated to put this in front of you, but there's the opportunity for discussion of things that you're interested in seeing on the property that an applicant may or may not be interested in providing on a property. That the meeting in the middle, right? But in terms of demanding it, no.
We can't demand it, but they can.
We can have the
We've
conversation.
been here before.
And the TDR conversation will come back on the 22nd of February then.
If we
I think the
continue,
whole
if I get my
application
motion
is coming
finished.
back on the 22nd of February.
Well, my memo is getting smaller.
So,
Yes, Glenn?
I just want to make one comment to you, Kelly. I'm sorry for calling you out about Lot 5. I just feel really strongly about scenic ridgeline review. So, you know, it's your right to disagree with my position, but I want to apologize.
It's okay.
It worked on me.
so I have a parcel fragmented, trying to put a motion on the table. Can I wrap it?
Well, I just want to make sure Leslie has what she needs before we're done. And Glenn, you know what we're expecting?
You know, clear
Yeah,
direction?
I think it's clear. Thank you.
Clear as that
Okay,
mud they're gonna hit when they
so
drill.
the motion on the table is to continue the approval of the application from the Turnabout Ranch until February 21st.
22nd.
22nd.
That's my motion, and it's contingent upon the information that we've requested coming back from the applicant and staff.
Okay, and that was how you intended your motion to be?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and do we have a second for that
Kelly
motion?
seconded it, didn't you?
I did,
She did.
yes.
Okay. More discussion?
I think I'm good.
All those in favor, please say aye.
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 I would have rather moved it, but Kelly does have some valid issues.
Thank
and-
you.
Thank you. I appreciate your
Thank you, guys.
consideration for my concerns.
The motion
Thank you.
passes 5-0.
Okay.
Good?
Thank you very much, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you for your patience.
And I could go to.
I'm going to St. too.
Enjoy the snow.
So, John, Francie, do we want to do a motion to go into a special meeting for executive session?
I just have to recover from this for a second.
But I don't
we
know
have
if-
any
I don't
open
know if John has
discussion?
more open discussion. That's what she's pondering.
I don't have any open discussion. No.
Let me just check my notes. Just hang on one second. Okay, yeah, I have no open discussion either.
For
Anybody
the
else?
purposes of,
All right, so,
I
yes,
do
Kelly?
just
Listen
want
to, listen to Laura.
Sorry, I do have just the open discussion I want to flag. I do want us to have a conversation, soon about this land use proposal at the state level of what
Yes.
they're looking at related
Yeah.
to affordable housing and transit and the implications for Picken County. I also would like us to come to that discussion with an understanding of how can we actually should that move forward, there's a lot of strength in the Democratic Party right now. So should that move forward, are there additional things that we would want to ask for that would, I think, help prevent sprawl, protect rural character, et cetera, as part of the trade-off to the higher density development that they're pursuing in areas of the state.
Do
And
you
Kelly,
want
we
it
should
in,
think
on
about
the
that.
agenda, or do you want it in open discussion?
However, open discussion is fine.
Okay.
I would like to know too, fill out the city of Aspen and Snowmass Village because they are specifically called out, as is Glenwood Springs, in this rural resort. You're gonna not have any land use control of your own anymore. So it'd be interesting to see how they feel with anything we might want to suggest moving forward on or not moving forward on.
Laura, did you want to say something about open discussion? Or something about where we're going or how we're meeting?
Nope, if you, somebody had looked to me to refresh your recollection on how to get into exec and what to get into exec for, so after
Okay.
open discussion.
All right, so first, before we go into exec, we need a motion to adjourn this regular meeting, right? Or
No,
the other way
go into-
around? The other way around. Okay, so you made a motion to go into an executive session for the purpose of?
Discussing Garfield County IGA with council pursuant to 2472-4024B.
Okay, great. Do we have a second?
Second.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All right, now I need a motion to adjourn this meeting.
Do we adjourn then? We do our regular meeting? No, we adjourn it afterwards.
After.
You're
adjourn
just
after.
walking next.
So Grassroots has to wait for us?
No, Grass, we don't have to do it on camera.
You don't have
You
to
guys
do
are
a
fine.
motion.
Okay.
That's just a practice.
Okay, great.
So we now move next door.
I think we're gonna go up to Maroon Bells, aren't we?